This is the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present except for Clerk Tamayo. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1 absent. Oral communications on closed session items. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. The persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. We have no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, collective bargaining, employee negotiations, agency negotiators, Fagan, Friedman and Fulfrost LLP, and Adams, Silva and McNally LLP, employee organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, non-represented employees, and Administrators Association, Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2024030924. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2024040547. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2024060333. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Title, Senior Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Initiation of Litigation pursuant to the Government Code Section 54956.9, Subsection D4, 1 case. And Government Code Section 54957B1, complaint or charge brought against employee. We now reconvene to open session with all board members present. Please let the minutes reflect that Trustee Tamayo arrived at 4:10. Closed session announcements will be made by Clerk Tamayo.
Thank you, Madam President. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-06-0333. On the motion by Member Fernandez, second by Member Bishop, the Board approved the settlement agreement by the following votes. Ayes, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, Bishop, absent Tamayo. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-04-05-47. On the motion by Member Bishop, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the Board approved the settlement agreements by the following votes. Ayes, Bishop, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, and Ugarte, absent Tamayo. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-03-09-24. On the motion by Member Dominguez Cervantes, second by Member Fernandez, the Board approved the settlement agreements by the following vote. Ayes, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, Bishop, Fernandez, absent Tamayo. Government Code Section 54957B1, Complaint or charge brought against an employee. On the motion of Member Fernandez, second by Member Tamayo, the Board took an action to deny the appeal of the District August 16, 2024 Uniform Complaint Procedure Investigation Report by the following vote. Ayes, Fernandez, Ugarte, Bishop, Tamayo, with the abstention of Trustee Dominguez Cervantes due to additional information she had that was not privy to the other board members. Okay, let's do this one. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Senior Director of Curriculum and Instruction. On the motion by Member Dominguez Cervantes, second by Member Tamayo, the Board approved the employment of Maria Montgomery as the Senior Director of Curriculum and Instruction by the following vote. Ayes, Ugarte, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Tamayo, and Bishop. Congratulations. She's back there. Conference with Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1, one case. By the following vote, the Board took action to authorize administration to implement initial steps to prepare for litigation related to damages sustained by the district. On the motion of Member Tamayo, second by Member Fernandez, the action got approved by the following vote. Ayes, Ugarte, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, and Tamayo, with Trustee Bishop abstaining since she, recusing, since the mother is a personal friend. And that is all I have to report.
Thank you. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All members are present. Before we do the pledge, which will be led by Mr. Romero, we will stand and have a moment of silence in recognition of today's somber date and in honor of the teachers and students who lost their lives last week. Thank you. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Communication to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization. Miss Angela Reed.
Good evening, Board. Just this morning, I was lamenting a bit because I sometimes feel like I always come to you with a complaint, and often probably have more than one. In that, I'm guilty as charged because I'm strongly committed to protecting employees defined by United Way's ALICE, achieving equitable treatment for all, and ensuring fair and sustainable compensation for classified employees. I take great pride in the contract negotiated with CVESD and truly appreciate the improvements to classified wages, including the additional time allotted for collaboration and professional development. I see successful steps as happy occasions, but I do not and truly cannot let those steps distract me from my focused goal. I don't know if I can adequately express just how much our classified employees value the work they do for students. Almost to a person, they truly believe that they make a daily difference in the school experience for children, improving learning and helping each child expand their self-worth. That said, the frequent retasking of classified employees, often with little to no notice, is an impediment to their ability to positively impact students. For example, bouncing paraprofessional educators between classrooms with teachers that have different teaching styles and student needs sets up those employees for failure. The chaos of constant adapting to different classroom environments and switching gears to figure out what the classroom wants, needs, distracts from that educator's ability to provide the best support and often leads to friction between the paraprofessional and the classroom teacher. August has been a busy month for CVCO as we have fielded an unprecedented number of complaints and concerns about the new practice of chaotically reassigning paraprofessional educators on the fly. Those members who are on the receiving end of this unwanted change to their work environment are extremely concerned and frustrated. Assigning tasks outside the job description, which in most cases takes away from student learning by removing the sport within the classroom and doesn't afford the time to collaborate with classroom peers, including the teacher, is counterproductive to student achievement. I should point out that this is not a district-wide issue, as the majority of schools do not do this. In light of this, I would like to give kudos to the majority of principals. They're doing a great job supporting and showing the value classified employees bring to the school environment by fostering and creating stable and supportive environments. But, and there is always a but, it seems a few schools have lost their collective minds in how classified employees are tasked. In addition to the chaos of changing classroom assignments, some schools have also begun assigning education professionals, paraprofessionals, to traffic duty at the beginning and ending of the school day. This is an inappropriate task and not per anything in the job descriptions for education paraprofessionals. CVCO recognizes that a school campus has a need for support throughout the site and that they should be resourced to supply that support without violating job descriptions. This may require additional resources or perhaps better and more appropriate utilization of those resources that the district already has. For example, noon duties can and should support before and after school student monitoring, second chance breakfast, first, lunch, and last recess. Of course, demanding an employee to work a 15-minute shift is unacceptable. We do acknowledge there is a gap in personnel and no job descriptions to support with security for ingress and egress of gates or to direct traffic in school parking lots. CVCO recognizes the need to collaboratively find solutions for school support that can only start after the inappropriate practices regarding job duties cease. I ask the district to honor job descriptions and for schools to act accordingly. As for the gapped needs that are now being inappropriately assigned, Let's have a conversation that leads to action, and it must be a conversation on how to best support schools instead of dictating duties that employees are afraid to say no to for fear of being fired. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista educators, Ms. Rosie Martinez.
Good evening. It's hard to believe that we're starting parent conferences tomorrow and wrapping up this quarter. Chula Vista Educators has been holding a listening tour during the past few weeks to get input from our members on what is going well, what challenges they're facing, and what support they need to do their job successfully. Our purpose in doing this is to guide our priorities and efforts through consultation and bargaining. As a reminder, we hope to begin negotiations in Q2 around safety, hours, health benefits, peer assistance review, and transfer, our favorite Article 33. A large number of the concerns that are being raised across the district have been around safety. One aspect of safety that is the biggest concern is student behavior. Our teachers continue to express their concern about the lack of adequate supports that they are receiving around this. The number of students and staff being hurt is not reflected in the number of incident reports that the district claims that they are receiving. I'm not sure where the breakdown in communication is happening because we have strongly encouraged our members to fill out workplace violence reports from the risk management tab in our website, as well as to report any safety concerns to the safety email. Not only are classrooms becoming unsafe, but these disruptions are impacting the learning opportunities for all our students. Teachers are the first to recognize that suspensions do not solve a problem, but there are critical pieces in documenting and addressing behaviors that put students and teachers in an unsafe environment. Ed Code clearly outlines the teacher's rights to remove a child from the classroom to maintain a safe and productive space for other students and outlines specific behaviors that merit this. Also, this is done to ensure that those students are getting the needed support to have a positive experience in school themselves. Unfortunately, some administrators are not honoring this and sending students back to class, continuing to create a disruption. Additionally, in our safety article 14.2, we added language that requires all unit members to receive an electronic copy of the school site's student discipline procedures at the beginning of the school year. The intent of this language was to ensure that there was a conversation at every site going over the discipline expectations so that all staff are on the same page and can follow a flow chart that can outline specific information on responding to behaviors in a consistent manner across the campus. We surveyed our members, and of those who responded, 1/3 did not know if their school site even had one. Half of the responders said they have not received it. We will need to grieve this violation because we care about the safety of our students and our members and believe that this is a crucial piece that needs to be happening. Another aspect related to safety that we are hearing about is the inequities in facilities that have not been updated in over 20 years. When it comes to safety, we have classroom windows without coverings or blinds that do not work or have missing pieces. We also have air purifiers in all classrooms and work areas, but the filters have not been changed in years. I just learned that the district has no intention in replacing them, but rather to collect the air purifiers for disposal. The only reason it hasn't happened is because there's no room in the warehouse. Are we no longer concerned with the air quality in our classrooms? I'm grateful to Giovanni Martinez for always following up on my concerns. I received a detailed report from him today on previous requests on facilities concerns. I asked the board and the district leadership to consider the needs in planning expenses and the use of bond money in the future. And lastly, I want to express the frustration being felt by the conflicting messages around the change in structure of our special ed services. Messaging was given to classified staff about the changes, but not to certificated staff. This has created a high level of anxiety and uncertainty amongst both service providers as well as gen ed teachers. They already feel that they don't have adequate resources for their students, and the information being provided to them reflects having even less. I want to thank Sharon Casey for clarifying this message yesterday and today during the professional development provided to RSP and SDC teachers. We are hopeful that with the inclusion planning team and the expansion of the special ed task force to create a think tank with all voices in the room, we can be better prepared to reimagine our special ed services into an inclusion model. This input will help our bargaining teams create appropriate language to reflect the impacts and effects of the changes in our working conditions. I appreciate the district's acknowledgement that such a shift requires a lot more time than originally planned. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrators Association Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Good evening, President Ugarte, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Reyes. As we near the upcoming break, I want to acknowledge the dedication of our members during what has been an incredibly busy first quarter. The hard-earned rest ahead, of course, is well-deserved from everything that has occurred in this first quarter. At the heart of our organization's mission is empowering our members to provide the highest quality public education for all students. And tonight, I want to mention once again the pivotal role that principals will play in advancing the rigorous Learning for All plan. I can say with confidence that every one of our members is deeply committed to student success and shares the vision of rigorous learning for all. Now that the framework of the plan has been created and shared, we feel that it's essential that our members have meaningful input in shaping the specifics of the plan. Principals will be key to bringing that plan to life, and they should have a seat at the table as we move from framework to creating specific actions within the plan. And if you have not seen it, this is our beautiful AACV CVESD agreement. And I want to share that I know that we just have been working under this plan since July 1st. So I know the plan is very new, and even me as AACV president, I'm still learning new things about the agreement because I was not on the bargaining team. But as I was listening to our members and their feedback on the rigorous Learning for All plan, which includes assessments and professional development and all, I began to think of where we need to have input into the plan. And I thought there's a whole article, consultation, on this very piece. So that critical next step is really defining within the framework, where do we want to be in 1, 2, 3, 5 years with the plan? And really, what are the specific goals? How are we going to get there? What concrete steps we're going to take? What role principals will play in achieving the goals? What specific actions, most importantly, will principals be asked to take so that it's very specific, very concrete, so that we see the whole plan and where it is that we're going to play a role in. And on that Article 15 consultation committee piece, we're really looking forward to establishing a full consultation committee so that we're actively engaged in crafting all those specifics of the rigorous Learning for All plan. And I know that we have a lot of members that are very eager to give input and to share ideas on how we can advance the teaching and learning of our district through the plan. As I mentioned before, I know that our members are committed to the success of our students. In the past, I've mentioned that professional partnership that AACV always wants to have and to foster with the district. And I believe that together we can chart this clear path forward with the rigorous Learning for All plan that has specifics and that really defines what our members are going to do within this plan and what's expected, and most importantly, our goal, because when you have a goal, then we can work towards it, and then knowing all those pieces will bring clarity to us. And I think it's very similar to the turnaround leadership plans that principals were expected and are expected to work with under a living document. And I think we need that as well within the rigorous Learning for All plan. And we really look forward to having that consultation committee to work towards that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we move to public comments, I did want to note for our agenda purposes that item 14A was withdrawn by staff, so it will not be on tonight's agenda. Item 8, oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. There are 9 public comments this evening. The first 3, if you'll be prepared, please. First, we'll have Linda Garcia, then Jade Bautista, and Maribel Martinez.
Hi, I'm Linda Garcia. I'd like to address Greg Rogers School. I have a grandson that goes there. He's now in the 1st grade. He has special needs. And I didn't find it very amusing when the kindergarten teacher from the other class kind of chuckled and joked the fact that both classes of 12 students each would be going into a 1st grade altogether. Now, when you have 2 kindergarten classes that are 12 students and half of those students have special needs, behavioral needs, sensitivity needs, they have special needs that the teacher cannot teach her regular class and keep the attention of all students. I volunteered my time there for about 4 weeks. 4 weeks I volunteered my time in the kindergarten class for about 6 hours. I made sure I was there for recess and lunchtime, the most unsupervised, dangerous parts of the day. Realize that some of these kids are going in there and it's the first time that they are away from their parent or their guardian. So they're entrusted in the school. But the safety is a big concern, such as being poked in the eye or the arm with pencils, having the pants pulled down, being bitten, and these things are just passed on. It wasn't until we addressed the principal where she separated the students in this particular class that the bullying, the assaults quit. And it was put in writing. Everything that's addressed is in an email to the principal. There's everything that's transparent. Now we're in the 1st grade, 24 students. So it's not hard to figure out if you have 6 and 6, that means 12 of your students, half of your class is now put together and trying with one teacher to structure them. That's a safety issue. I have gone and volunteered. My daughter went to volunteer. And out of nowhere, not in the handbook, because my daughter reads everything. She has read every policy at every school in this district. All of a sudden, we're told, oh, you can only come in for an hour. An hour on the teacher's discretion. The time I was there, guess what? My grandson didn't get bullied. The teacher had an extra set of eyes. The other students, when they were combined, were safe. I saw what happened when they put 24 students in one art class with sharp objects. You had kids jumping on the rail, running around the class, poking each other. One teacher could not control that. So now I don't know why Greg Rogers has decided to cut their classes in half. It's not right for the teacher. It's not right for the students. It's not right for the parents. I hope you can address this.
Thank you. Jade Bautista.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Jade Bautista, a dedicated parent of a child with special needs attending Rogers Elementary. First of all, I appreciate the district's emphasis on parent engagement, evident in yesterday's DLAC and DAC meeting, where we spoke on initiatives such as PTAs, school site councils, LCAP, and the new Parent SPED committee under Ms. Tagnesi's leadership. And this is exactly why I'm here. I am speaking on behalf of numerous concerned parents regarding insufficient behavioral support for students at Rogers Elementary. This issue not only impacts academic performance, but also compromises overall safety, prompting some parents to keep their children at home. As you may know, Rogers has the highest percentage of students with disabilities in the district, nearly 40% of the population. While we are proud of the inclusive and supportive community our school strives to be, the current lack of behavioral support in both our SDC and general ed room classrooms jeopardizes the safety and well-being of our children and our teachers. Alarming examples including students and teachers suffering injuries, students eloping on campus, and large class sizes lacking adequate support staff. Our school only has one part-time behavioral aide and one part-time counselor, currently funded by our school's site council only for this year. I personally witnessed one part-time behavioral aide constantly being called on the radio, needed across the campus for various critical situations in a span of several minutes. Teachers are juggling increased behavioral support responsibilities on top of their teaching responsibilities. Furthermore, investing in behavioral support may even reduce the need for non-public placements, such as those on our current agenda, where our district is approving to spend $300,000 on a single NPS placement. It may also ensure that students are placed in their least restrictive environment, because behavior should never determine student placement. Students should be offered strategies and counseling instead. The current lack of behavioral support is unsustainable and requires your immediate attention, so we are respectfully requesting 3 items. 1, increased behavioral supports and expertise, full-time counselors, full-time behavioral specialists, and additional experienced psychologists and instructional aides in both Gen Ed and SDC who receive ongoing training. In a highly specialized school like Rogers, we require both highly experienced and empathetic administration and support staff to work with our student population. 2, consider designating Rogers as the next community school. More than half the population of the school is considered socioeconomically disadvantaged, and with 40% identified as disabled, we need our school to be a hub of support, not an added source of stress. 3, we implore you to visit our school site and observe our classrooms and playground areas firsthand to see the reality of our concerns. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and we look forward to working together to create a safe, supportive, inclusive learning environment for everyone at Rogers Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Maribel Martinez.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maribel Martinez, and I am a proud parent of Greg Rogers Elementary School. My son is currently attending 5th grade special day class. He's been attending Greg Rogers since kindergarten. And I want to start off by saying that Greg Rogers is a special and unique place. The demographics at Greg Rogers are unique in that there is a high population of student education special ed, to which our school faces some challenges to support our students because of the lack of resources. I'd like to clarify there are challenges because Rogers lacks resources and personnel. But today I am here to highlight some of the amazing things happening at Rogers. My son, like I said, has been attending Rogers since kindergarten, and I've experienced several changes in administration in my time, and I finally feel that I have an administrator that understands our students and the needs of our students. Principal Porras and the staff have brought back the PBIS MTSS. I serve on the PBIS committee as a parent representative, so I get to be part of the development of positive behavior interventions and have voice to support all students. There are several inclusion opportunities for our students. For example, my son now integrates into Gen Ed for social science and science. This is something that started last year, and now all mild to moderate SDC students integrate amongst their general education peers. Our IEP meetings are a lot smoother because we see the advocacy and collaboration in our IEP team since Ms. Porras has joined the team. In the last year, we've had 3 new APs creating disruption to the systems trying to be created. I stand here before you to share that the team at Rogers does the best they can with what they have available, but it's not enough. Please support the staff and students at Rogers and consider doing needs assessments to truly understand the situation at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 2 speakers, Noelle Cravens and then Charmaine Estelano.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Noelle Cravens. I'm a parent from Fahari Jeffers. Last school year, several parents, students, and teachers experienced physical, emotional, and mental trauma from the previous principal. Her leadership caused division between the teachers and the parents because of lies being fed to them. That principal also tried to damage my character and retaliate against me for advocating for students and parents that were getting hurt, bullied, and being denied access to the education and services that they deserve. But I'm here to thank the board and Dr. Reyes, especially Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, for taking the time to listen to our concerns. I also want to thank you for giving us Mr. Selleck. He is the principal that our school needed. He truly cares for the students. He strongly believes in inclusion, collaboration, and transparency. The Fahari Jeffers community is slowly healing and rebuilding relationships because of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Charmaine Estolano.
Hi, good evening. I just want to say to the community members who have already spoken, I've
Please
heard
address
you.
the dais. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, members of the board and community. My name is Charmaine Estolano, and I am a candidate for Chula Vista Elementary School District Board Trustee, Seat 2. I want to take a moment to address some misinformation that has been circulating, specifically the claim that I do not care about or like teachers. Good golly, where did that come from? Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, I am who I am today because of great teachers. Teachers like Miss Lunau, my 6th grade teacher at Kellogg Elementary. Mr. Sharman at Hilltop Junior High right over here, who taught me geography in 7th grade. And others like Mr. Chabner and Mr. Renner. There are more, but you get the idea. These educators played a key role in shaping my life, as I'm sure they have for so many of us. Teachers are not just important, they are essential to the success of our students and the future of our community. I have always believed that teachers deserve respect, support, and the resources they need to be supported in the classroom. That's why the accusation that I don't care for teachers is simply false. I want to make it clear that I am committed to supporting our teachers and ensuring that they have the tools and environment they need to help our students thrive. Furthermore, as we move forward in this election, I want to remind everyone that it is critical that we keep the process clean, respectful, and focused on the issues that truly matter. Disparaging remarks and misinformation serve no one, and they detract from the important conversations we need to be having about the future of our schools. Let's make sure this election stays classy and focused on the needs of our students, teachers, and community. And with a minute left, I'm just so privileged and thankful to be up here, and also just deeply saddened by the comments of the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers, Christy M., Patricia Clark, and Randy Lynn Herrera.
Good evening. I am a parent of a student attending Rogers Elementary. I am here tonight to advocate for the safety and well-being of all the children in our community. Rogers is a special school with special teachers who love and are committed to their students, but the school lacks an appropriate support system to meet the needs, and they can no longer go unnoticed. Within a 6-month period, my daughter has experienced 1, being kicked so hard in the back that it caused her to fall face forward while simply sitting and waiting in line. 2, being punched in the stomach and then kicked in the private area while succumbing to her fall. 3, being body slammed onto the black top of the playground, where she was then kicked repeatedly in the private area. And 4, choked twice within a couple of minutes time frame. Please note that these were all separate injuries with 2 different students, and these were just some of the many altercations my child has experienced. The other areas of concern that I have are inadequate communication, insufficient supervision, absence of implemented protocols, as well as the limited support team available for our children. For instance, in my opinion, my child who has been choked twice should not simply be sent back to her desk. They should be immediately taken to the nurse rather than waiting for a 6-year-old to express that their throat is hurting. Parents should also be notified immediately if their child is assaulted without delay or the assumption that someone else has already informed them. Regardless of whether the parent requests it, a student accident report should be completed anytime an assault or injury occurs within school grounds. A school where over 40% of students are either disabled or on IEP should require a dedicated full-time school counselor and experienced psychologist to adequately support its students' population. However, Rogers only has one part-time school counselor and one behavioral therapist, which is insufficient given the high percentage of students with specialized needs. To finish this off, I'd like to paint a picture of my child for you. She is the friendliest, kindest, and most outgoing child. Excuse me. She is known to be eager and happy to attend school, but now wakes up multiple times in the night screaming and having nightmares, afraid someone is trying to kill her. She says little prayers to herself every morning while she gets ready for school, praying that no one hurts her. I'm afraid that being assaulted has become normalized in my child's mind, and this is not something we can allow to be normalized. I fear for the safety and well-being of my child, and I'm pleading for immediate intervention for qualified support services to create a safe, nurturing environment where all children can truly thrive and remain safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Clark.
Dr. Reyes, are we getting the names and contact information of the parents? There. Okay. Thank you.
Patricia Clark. Thank you. Randy Lynn Herrera.
My name is Randy Herrera, and my son attends first grade at Greg Rogers Elementary. Unfortunately, I recently had to withdraw him from school due to a lack of adequate supervision. My son has repeatedly eloped from his class, sometimes multiple times per day, often found roaming the school unattended. When I pick him up, he is regularly out of the classroom, wandering without any supervision with multiple other students. I'm deeply concerned for his safety. I requested an emergency IEP meeting with the principal on September 5th. During this meeting, I learned that other parents had similar requests, yet the school is facing a serious staffing shortage to properly support these students. On Friday, September 6th, the school called to inform me that my child was once again out of class. Knowing the school day was nearly over, I decided to pick him up early. Upon arrival, I was horrified to find my child with a golf ball-sized lump on the side of his head. Shockingly, no one seemed to know what caused this injury. On Monday, September 9th, I decided to do a drop-in observation in my child's class. The school counselor escorted me to the playground where students were out at recess. Sorry. I was alarmed to see an overwhelming number of children with little to no adult supervision. While looking around, I found my child lying on the ground crying. Two other students, I already lost my spot, okay.
Take your time.
Okay, I can't.
I found my child laying on the ground crying. Two other students immediately informed me that someone had been mistreating my son. This incident confirmed my decision to remove my child from school. Since being technically homeschooled, my child has been more productive than ever before. I know my child is capable, but the school environment was clearly not supporting his needs. I have serious concerns about my son's safety at this school, and I am pleading for significant changes to be made for my child's can return safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Patsy Walrus.
It's fine, it doesn't matter. Hi, my name's Patsy Walrus. I'm not good at public speaking, and I'm so sorry, but I just wanted to take a minute to thank everyone for the hard work that Rochelle Carroll has done for our community. I have been a teacher in the district for 28 years, and I have always felt that I could go to Rochelle for being heard. I feel like she can disagree with what I have to say. She can have no solution. She can brainstorm, but she'll always make me feel like I was heard and I was cared about, and that's a huge gift to me as a teacher. And I know that the standard of professionalism you have set in our community has impacted countless children, so thank you.
Thank you. Oral presentations and written reports. The district safety health update. Mr. Romero.
With permission, I'd like to present from the podium today, and Ahmed will be presenting with me.
Okay.
President Ugarte, governing board members, and our superintendent, Dr. Reyes, it's my pleasure to bring forward our monthly safety update. Co-presenting to me today is one of my right hands and our safety czar, Ahmed Wiggins. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Ahmed, and he's going to give a brief update of our Camarena incident. Ahmed.
Good evening, everyone. The first slide you see about what transpired at Camarena, you see the locations in which the graffiti was found. Initially, it was on the first side inside the corridor area. That area was targeted twice. The third was on the back side by the teachers' parking area, and that area was only targeted one time. Some of the things that we did, before I even move any forward, let me thank everyone involved in this. It was a total team effort, number one, from the staff, even to the students. Chula Vista PD, FBI, all involved, did a great job with this. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Got it, thank you. Just as a brief snapshot of some of the things that transpired, obviously, the racial slurs were on the building. Second vandalization. We established the first camera was installed on August 19th, August 20th. Again, on the back side, we had vandalized. He had a security guard as well on that same day. And I'm sure the question is, well, we had a security guard, how can we be vandalized the third time? It's a great question before you even ask. So let me answer it for you. Because our custodian did a great job in locking up before he left. So security guard could not get to the backside of the school unless he walked all the way around to the backside that night. And then we ended up meeting with, on the 22nd, we met with the FBI and some of our staff members, as well as Chula Vista PD, to devise a plan to see what we can do to kind of catch the individual that was doing these acts. On August 23rd, we did a threat assessment with the FBI at the school for about 3 hours. They were going to come back and set up some things for us on that day. Later on that night, I received a text message from Chula Vista Police Department stating that the suspect was in custody. Obviously, I won't go through the entire timeline, but again, I really thank everyone involved, to include the parents as well that took place in kind of assisting us with this incident.
Thank you. And just to a final comment on that, it is without prejudice that I share that this was a team effort, a collaborative effort with Chula Vista PD, our FBI, staff, community, and we are excited to share that our commitment to creating the safest schools in not just our state but our country is relentless. And so to have an incident occur and then within 5 days have someone in custody is a great job. So thank you, Ahmed. Thank you to Chula Vista PD, the FBI, and everyone involved in that. Thank you. The next thing I want to talk about is some of the things that we're working with, and Ahmed is really challenging us, is how we create safe spaces at our school sites, but as you've heard, how we create safety with our school students. So the Rocket Rules program is something that we're going to be piloting for our K-2 students, our pre-K to second grade students. So what this program is a cute cartoon character that will come into your classrooms and through AI interact with the students, and there will be live presentations with our safety team. We're going to reach out to our SROs, see if they want to be involved. But one of the things that happens on a regular basis is how we teach kids when they're actually in danger. So, you know, there are, at home, we work with our kids, you know, like yelling out emergency, help, help, there's an emergency. When do we yell help for emergency? When is it a time to call 911? When is it a time to talk to your teacher? So this program goes over how to use your 6 senses and activating them, how to cross the street safely, finding exits, dialing 911, recognizing landmarks around town, calling for help, how to recognize trusted adults, staying away from dangerous things, and walking with a buddy and a no bully zone. So Rocket, a little puppy on here, will be visiting our TK through second grade classrooms very soon. All right, and that concludes our presentation. Any questions?
We have no speakers, and before I ask for board comments, could you just give us a quick synopsis on the Camarena event and why the FBI, the rationale for the FBI's involvement?
Sure. The FBI got involved because of the services, the church services that transpire at the school on Sundays. They saw the actual the writings, and because they are a church faith organization, then the FBI could get involved and be able to handle the case.
Thank you. Board comments? Questions?
Yes, in regards to Rocket Rules pilot program, but before I go there, thank you for your diligence and working and getting our school, Camarena, back together again, in spite of the hate speech that was on there, and bringing the parents together. You didn't share that. You brought the parents together and had PTA meeting and spoke with them about it. So thank you very much to the whole team. I know you guys were working around the clock. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You know, Ahmed, myself, and Jessica attended their PTA meeting on Friday and stayed late into the evening to make sure that the concerns were heard, and we wanted to make sure that we knew that we were addressing their needs.
Thank you. A question on Rocket Rules pilot program. I think I missed it. Where is it going to just the pre-K, second grade in all the schools?
Yes, so what we're going to do is we're going to work with our principals and talk about creating a pilot program. We do want this to go into all our classrooms. It is a quick 15-minute interactive program that has a workbook that comes along with it that looks like anything you would see commercially available, like a coloring book that has activities and things like that. But the AI interactive process would be Rocket, the puppy you see right here. Ahmed could come in the room and have a conversation with Rocket, you know, and have an interactive process, so the kids would get really excited about it and make sure that they maintain their attention to it. And then the workbook would be something that could be sent home with the kids, so they could have those conversations at home about how we practice those safe learning practices we learned at school at home. So It's a free program. There is a small cost to the workbooks. I think it's $1.45 for the workbook, but a minimal cost for the importance of it. So we're going to pilot it at a few school sites. We're going to ask principals if they want, volunteers to go in the classroom, but our safety team, and we're going to see if our SROs want to go in, because it's a real quick 15-minute presentation, and it's really fun to see Rocket, the puppy, interact with the students and the presenter.
Thank you. I want to see.
Yeah, we'll make sure to include you.
Is that a hyperlink?
Yes.
Trustee Bishop?
Is Rocket the child of McGruff?
Looks like it.
No, I'm really excited about that program. So if it's $1.45 for workbooks, we're talking a couple $1,000s for the pilot program, and then it's not
less than that for the pilot program, and the workbooks are optional. So we're gonna look at that and pilot it at a few classes and a few school sites, and so we're gonna send the information out to the principals upcoming, and then see if we can start those pilots when we return from fall break.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, if you could include us in, if I would love to visit a classroom when they were going through that, so I can see it in action. But thank you so much, and thank you so much for the quick response to the Camarena incident. I appreciate your work.
No, thank you, and kudos to the entire team for responding to Camarena and making sure that we create a safe space. Obviously, that type of graphic display that was committed there shouldn't be tolerated, and we need to stand firm and making sure that that doesn't happen, and when it does happen, that we act quickly. So thank you to the team and to the entire district that acted, because it was numerous hours that with multiple people that involved. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Trustee Fernandez?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to take a moment after the parents spoke, because I was a little moved and shaken a bit, and they're speaking about safety. And the problem that they're speaking about is a little bit more immediate than what the site safety committees can handle, and needs to be addressed now. And I would like to see, if it is possible, that site safety committees begin to address egregious student behavior on campus, and what will be their methods to address that. That's all I want to say.
So, Trustee Fernandez and trustees, so we took notes of all the comments, and I'll be working directly with Ms. Casey, Assistant Superintendent Ms. Casey, to make sure that we address those needs. It seemed to me that there was a constant talking about resources, or lack of resources, lack of staff, or there's talking about the supervision. So we'll be meeting tomorrow morning and talking about how we can support Rogers and students.
Dr. Reyes, in that line of thought with the safety, I don't know if there's something that we can, like Trustee Fernandez is saying, bring in some of the skills and equipment that you might have that might minimize some of the issues that we're facing with staffing.
Yeah. So again, yes, we're looking at the entire picture on how to best support. Absolutely, we agree that the safety of students, especially when it is, from what we heard, it's being repeated times. It shouldn't happen, and students, every single student should be attending school in a place where they feel safe, physically, emotionally, and where the focus and their attention is on studying and learning and enjoying time with their friends, not being worried about other things, especially their safety. So absolutely. And Ms. Casey, tomorrow morning, and Ms. Morales, we'll meet and find ways to support the school.
protect the children.
Yes, yes. I also want to echo the words of my colleagues with regard to the fast response for the Camarena events. As someone who's been dealing with the threats that have been in the South Bay this week, it's important that we address all of the needs when something like that happens, not just the physical needs of the facility and doing the investigation and finding the person responsible, but also the impact it has on our students and our communities. And so I thank you for meeting and taking the time to do that, because as Dr. Reyes just said, our students do have the right to go to a safe environment and learn in a safe environment. And on that, as I listen to the parents with regard to Greg Rogers, all of our students deserve that right, and no matter what school they're attending. And I have a particular special place in my heart for Greg Rogers, because it is the actual first school that I visited when I became a trustee, and I went there specifically to learn, and I was amazed at the programs. The kids were awesome, and it was the time when we were coming back from COVID, returning to the class, returning it to in-person learning. And I immediately noticed some of the things that the parents were pointing out with regard to making sure that they have that right equipment, that they have access, the staff has access to make sure that they're safe. So thank you for all the things that you're doing. And I'm glad that Trustee Fernandez mentioned because that as you were speaking, I do want to assure you that Dr. Reyes was taking copious notes, and I was adding to his notes and giving him mine as well. So thank you for this report, and thank you for the parents brave enough to speak up tonight for their children and for all the children at Greg Rogers. All right, supporting our multilingual English learners with high quality instruction, Ms. Rochelle Carroll.
Thank you, President Ugarte and Board of Trustees and Dr. Reyes. So tonight, with Chula Vista Elementary School District serving 5,900 multilingual English learners, representing 26% of Chula Vista Elementary School District student population, tonight we would like to report on that includes multilingual English learners who are supported through Goal 3 of the District Local Control and Accountability Plan. And to lead that presentation is our Executive Director of Language Development and Federal Programs, Lonnie Perez. Perez, thank you.
Good evening, President Ugarte, Dr. Reyes, and trustees. My name is Lonnie Perez, Executive Director of Language Development and State and Federal Programs, and it is my extreme pleasure to present to you today English language development supporting our multilingual English learners with high quality instruction. With me today, I have Reina Galvez, one of our district bilingual resource teachers who provides professional development, coaching, and support to teachers on English language development, or ELD. And I also have Alex Barton, 5th grade teacher at Roar Elementary, and you are going to see a clip of her providing ELD to her students in a short moment. I'd like to start with this mission statement from CVESD's Multilingual English Learner Master Plan. We believe that all multilingual English learners can acquire English and achieve high academic success to be college and career ready. This is a shared responsibility of all educators, and all levels of our system have a role to play in ensuring the access and achievement of our multilingual English learners in our district. Multilingual English learners have the right to learn English in a stimulating, nurturing environment with instruction based on valid and reliable research that promotes high academic success and enhances positive self-esteem and social emotional development. A highlight of this presentation tonight is seeing one of our own teachers in action, providing ELD to her students. But before we see that clip, I wanted to first define integrated and designated ELD. So integrated ELD is delivered throughout the school day and across all subject areas by all teachers of multilingual English learners using the state-adopted ELD standards in conjunction with the academic content standards. And designated ELD is delivered during a protected time during the school day for focused instruction on ELD standards. Here's a visual to help us see how integrated and designated ELD would look like in the classroom. So integrated ELD is here in the center, and it is delivered whole group to all students. And the teacher provides scaffolds during the lesson to support the content standard. So you might see things like vocabulary cards, sentence frames, visuals, you might hear choral response, and lots of repetition. There's actually some examples of that right behind you on the board wall. Now, designated ELD, which is delivered during small group instruction, is done just to the identified multilingual English learners, and it could be provided either before or after the whole group lesson, and is based on ELD standards that support the content standards. So you might see things and hear things like collaborative conversations, explicit vocabulary support, and a focus on oral language development, syntax, grammar, and even writing. So now we're going to take a peek into Miss Barton's 5th grade classroom. And in this classroom, we're going to be observing her teach her designated ELD group of students who are in LPAC level 2 and 3. And a little bit later, I'll talk more about LPAC levels, but there are 4 LPAC levels, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is the goal. And she is conducting a lesson that is after the integrated whole group lesson. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the video started.
And so today we're going to be talking about our learning objective, which is we're learning to describe the character's traits based on clues from the story. We're going to know we're successful because we can use adjectives to describe the character traits based on clues from the story, and we can use complete sentences with your partner. Okay, so the first thing I want you guys to do is look at this picture from Becky's return. I want you to work with your partners, and I want you to just tell me, what do you see in that picture?
What I see is that Tom is explaining something. Say, convince him to go for an ice cream.
Let me ask you, do you see that? Do you see him convincing? I know we've already read the story, huh? Talking, okay, maybe. So you guys have some adjectives that you'll be able to choose from here. Okay, both partners have adjectives. Let's put your picture to the side. And you and your partner are going to decide which adjectives go with Tom and which adjectives go with Becky. Okay, and I'm just gonna move them over so you guys have some space. Okay, and you have parts of the story, right? Because we have to know, how do we know this, okay? So you're gonna decide which adjective goes with Becky, and then how do you know? What part of the story helps you to back that up? So you're gonna work with your partner, and you might say things like, I think Becky is rude because, and you're gonna tell me what part of the story might have told you that she was rude, okay? Or you might say, Becky is nervous because, and what part of the story showed you she was nervous, and you also notice something else, right? And if you agree or disagree, your partner B, I agree because, or I disagree because, or what I heard you say was, and I agree or disagree because. How are you guys feeling?
Well, I'm pretty sure this could be chocolate. No, I think this one's nervous. That one's nervous, so I have that one. Okay, that one's nervous.
Okay. Why do you think this one is nervous? What tells you nervous?
She's like still thinking that maybe to go or not go. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, because she's trying to decide?
Yeah.
Okay. So does that, what else might show you nervous in that sentence?
Like she said, reluctantly, I reckon it's wrong, but, and then she didn't talk.
What was something that you guys found in the story? What was some of your evidence? And maybe we can use one of our sentence frames here to tell me why you decided that Tom was a troublemaker. What else?
I think he is persuasive.
Ooh, persuasive.
Because I think he's persuasive because in the paragraph it says Tom wants to persuade Becky to spend time alone with him.
What did we decide about Miss Becky? Go ahead, Emery.
That she is obedient because
She's obedient.
Because the mom said you'll not get back too late, and she come back like in the day, but if she stays, she could be with a girl.
Okay.
So she said that yes.
She said yes, that she would do what her mom said, so she's following directions, right? So I know I'm successful if I can use adjectives to describe the character traits based on clues from the story. Do you guys feel like you did that? Maybe so-so? Maybe still need some work? How do you guys feel? So-so, you think we so? Okay, awesome. And then I can use complete sentences with my partner. How do you feel like you did on that one? Yeah, I think you guys did a good job too. Awesome. All right, so we'll do some more work with Tom and Becky and who they are as people. Great work today. Let's go.
Wow, that's one of my most favorite things to do is watch that instruction in the classroom, and I think you can see the rich and rigorous vocabulary, academic vocabulary that our students were using, but also the scaffolds that the teacher was providing to support the students, and also because of that protected designated time, children felt safe to take risks while learning, and that's why that is so essential. So I just want to say that we're very excited to report that ROAR achievement for multilingual English learners in the CASP ELA more than doubled based on preliminary data, and ROAR's LPAC data also shows percent of students at level 4 increasing from 10% to 18%. And so we want to congratulate the students and the work of Ms. Barton and all the teachers and leader and staff at ROAR for this amazing growth. And we also want to thank Raina and her partner Angie for working with ROAR for the past 2 years, providing on-site collaborative coaching on ELD. So perhaps we can give them all a round of applause because that's great. So multilingual English learners in Chula Vista come to school with rich and linguistic cultural assets. And according to the report, The State of English Learners in California Public Schools, published by Californians Together, bilingualism and cultural diversity are important assets that improve English learner outcomes and strengthen our public education system. So here's a brief snapshot of the linguistically diverse students that we serve in CVESD. Currently, we have almost 6,000 multilingual English learners and almost 1,800 students who are reclassified fluent English proficient. 853 of our multilingual English learners are immigrant newcomers, of which almost 200 have been in our country less than 12 months. Our students, whether they're multilingual English learners, reclassified, or initially fluent English proficient with a home language other than English, represent 57 different languages. So we're quite diverse. And because of the success and progress and achievement of our multilingual English learners as a priority in our district, we have 4 explicit actions outlined in our LCAP. I think several months ago I was here presenting on the LCAP to all of you, and I presented on the LCAP goals, and so here they are again. And these goals are essential to multilingual English learner achievement, instruction, and parent engagement. So we have LCAP Goal 3.1, data-driven decision-making, Goal 3.2, professional learning and consistent implementation of ELD, Goal 3.3, professional learning and consistent implementation of foundational literacy skills, and Goal 3.4, multilingual English learner parent engagement. I want to show you some data. Monitoring data and making instructional, programmatic, and professional learning decisions based on data is critical for our multilingual English learners. So what you see here and what we're excited to show is based on preliminary data, the percentage of students that have achieved LPAC 4 well developed in the district has increased from 16% to 21%. This trend is also evident in our dual language immersion programs. In fact, there was a 6% of increase of multilingual English learners achieving level 4 in our dual language immersion programs. And this is great news because achieving an LPAC 4 is one of the criteria for reclassification. And we haven't seen numbers in the 20s for students at that well-developed level in a long time. So this data, which you have seen before during Assistant Superintendent Carroll's presentation, shows that our students who are at one time multilingual English learners but have since reclassified are performing at high levels, especially in English language arts. And there's many reasons why our reclassified fluent English proficient students may continue to perform at high levels, including having had targeted instruction in listening, speaking, reading, and writing during ELD prior to reclassification, professional development to support teachers in effectively moving their students towards a level 4 has been emphasized district-wide, and assets-based programs like our dual language immersion program places value on biliteracy, and research shows that bilingualism has cognitive benefits. And on a side note, our reclassified fluent English proficient students in dual immersion also follow the same trend as this slide. In fact, 78% of the reclassified fluent English proficient students in dual immersion classrooms and programs met and exceeded the CAS BLA. Now, this data also shows that of those students who have not yet reclassified, 18% met and exceeded the CASP ELA. So now what's important to know about this data is that it represents multilingual English learners that are anywhere between an LPAC level 1, minimally developed, all the way to an LPAC 4, well-developed. So it's all of our English learners at different levels and places in their language proficiency. And so if a student is still developing in their English language proficiency, then our focus should be that the student is making annual progress on the LPAC, meaning we need to focus on moving them from a 1 to a 2 to a 3, and then to a 4 until they are reclassified. Now, if a student is already an LPAC 4, but they haven't passed the CASP, which is represented in that data as well, then our focus needs to be on increasing that academic rigor in literacy. And so our multilingual English learners, remember, they're both learning language and literacy at the same time. So really monitoring progress in either or and knowing where to provide that support is essential. Here's a 4-year graph of our growing reclassification rates. You can see steady increase, and we're eagerly awaiting to see what percentage of our students are candidates to reclassify this year. And just to review reclassification and monitoring, it's an essential component of our work. To reclassify, a student must be at an LPAC 4 or a level 3 if the student is taking the summative alternate. The student must meet locally decided academic criteria, and input from the teacher and parent must be gathered. Now, after a student is reclassified, we monitor them for 4 years. So our reclassified fluent English proficient monitoring forms are provided to sites and teachers twice a year, and teachers provide intervention to any students who still need additional support to meet and maintain grade level expectations, and our principals review and sign off on these intervention plans. Now, the third box here, this is something new, and it's part of our LCAP, is our multilingual English learner data binder, and it is populated with consistent data district-wide, and one is given to every site principal with the exact same type of data. Our English learner instructional assistants generate this data and reports, and our department directs what reports to place in there, so that this data assists principals in strategic planning and monitoring of all multilingual English learners at their site. Now this year, as part of our district's rigorous Learning for All plan, we are providing high quality professional learning to all teachers on literacy and language development. This content in this PD supports our LCAP Goal 3.2 and 3.3, and our district literacy coordinator, Melissa Noble, along with Reina Galvez and Angie Amador, our district bilingual resource teachers, are providing this professional learning district-wide to every single teacher, and it focuses on the 5 pillars of literacy, including foundational skills and comprehensive ELD. So here you see some teacher participants from the 2nd grade session engaging in a high-impact strategy called Open Sort to process the learning content. And when asked, what did you value from the learning session, to the teachers that attended the PD, we asked them this on the feedback form. Here's what a few teachers have to say. I'm just going to read a couple of them out loud. One teacher said, I appreciate the clarity of the importance of teaching language arts and how to meet the needs of my English language learners. I am also grateful for the wealth of information that was shared about all the resources available in Benchmark Advance and our teacher portal. And I'll read the last one out loud. The tools and tricks of the trade in the world of ELD, the purposeful supports that our students need to have comprehension and phonics or phonemic awareness skills. Well, we hope this presentation highlights the continuous work of our amazing staff, teachers, principals, and biliteracy committee, and all they are doing to support our multilingual English learners across the district and the impact we're making to ensure equity and rigorous learning for all. And this time I'll entertain any questions or comments.
Thank you. Board questions, comments?
I have a couple questions. Thank you for that presentation.
You're welcome.
All three of you,
Yes.
or all the rest.
Yes.
You were speaking about the integrated ELD, and I don't want to say versus, but in comparison to the designated ELD.
Yes.
So in the integrated ELD, that's going to continue, or that continues, and then they're pulled out for a designated ELD? Help me understand that piece.
Yes, so integrated ELD is something that is happening all throughout the day. So when the teacher is addressing all students, whether the teacher is teaching math or science or language arts, and the lesson is addressed to all students, integrated ELD would be supports like explicitly putting up vocabulary cards and defining them, having students repeat them, having sentence frames that are posted, visuals and charts, repetition. That's happening all day. Now, designated ELD is a separate time where the students the teacher meets with the student in small group instruction. They're not pulled out or sent anywhere else. It's within the school day. So say the teacher is providing a lesson, and then now there's some time for some independent work, and there might be some rotations. The teacher would call the students who are multilingual English learners to a kidney table, a small group table, and provide focused instruction based on their language needs. And that could occur anywhere from, depending on the needs of the students, it could be 10 minutes, 15 minutes, up to 30 minutes, depending on the need.
So they're pulled, but within the same classroom?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
So, and what's happening to the other children?
So the other students could be engaged in, depending on the grade level, it could be center work, it could be independent activities, it could be collaborative activities with their peers. And so this does require that there's a system in place of maybe must-dos and may-dos or rotations, and the teacher would be monitoring and managing that, just like they would do with any type of small group instruction in the classroom that's not designated ELD.
And this is daily?
Yes, daily.
And we got feedback from the teachers. I know this was a pilot. Is that what it was at Roar?
No, ELD is part of core instruction. So this should be happening in our classrooms just like we provide English language arts and math. It's core instruction. And we do know that anytime we have small group instruction, there could be some challenges with how to meet with those small groups, but we do know that small group instruction is essential to really meet the differentiated needs of our students. And so there is a combination of whole group instruction in the classroom with a little bit of small group instruction, and that can go back and forth depending on the grade level of the students. Obviously, with our older students, a lot of them are very independent, and they do have assignments that they work collaboratively with each other.
So how did this occur in the middle of all that testing the teachers just did with the one-on-ones?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak specifically for every single classroom, but I know that it does take a lot of classroom management to make sure that there are schedules and that there are routines in place anytime any type of small group instruction is happening.
Have we gotten feedback from the teachers and teachers union on that outside of your sample?
Right. So I know that we have received feedback from our principals in regards to, if you're specifically talking about our assessment plans that have been happening this quarter. And so we are currently looking at that feedback and responding to that feedback.
Okay. I'd like to see us getting the majority, if not all our schools' feedback, and wondering if, I meet with our unions, and they hadn't mentioned anything like that. So I'm curious, I'm wondering if they even know about it. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we'll continue to work with instructional services and our district leadership team, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Of course, this is like so important as a district that has such high percentage of English learners and multi-language learners, yes. I have a kind of maybe it's an in the weeds comment. The first thing that I do want to say, question. The first thing that I do want to say is, you know, data isn't all things, but it is something, and it's really good to see the updraft in those numbers. It's really great to see that. And so thank you for all the work that you and your department are doing and all of our teachers are doing in the classroom to support that work. I don't know if this is so in the weeds, but my question is around multi-language learners who are designated as such, as English learners, but they are actually native English speakers who just happen to have another language spoken in the home. And I know that because of the paperwork that they fill out at the beginning of the year, if they say that there's another language spoken in the home, then suddenly that they're designated as an English learner or multi-language learner. So my question is, what percentage of the students that we're talking about here are under that category, and how does that affect our numbers overall for those kids? Because it would occur to me that it might be an easier transition for those students who are native English speakers, even though they're being designated as such. So what are the numbers around that?
So when parents first register their students, they fill out the home language survey. And so if there's another language spoken at home, or the student has another language that they speak, then we give them the LPAC assessment. Now, if a student is bilingual and they do speak English at home and another language, and they pass that LPAC test, then they are not an English learner. They are designated initial fluent English proficient. Mm-hmm. And so they would not be receiving these supports. They would not be part of our multilingual English learner data group. They would be coded as initial fluent English proficient. They have another language at home. That's a wonderful thing to have, okay? Now, if a student does not pass the assessment, then that notifies us that this student needs additional support in listening, speaking, reading, or writing, and that prompts us to continue to provide that support, and they take the summative LPAC every year. So as far as, now there's going to be a few parents, and it's just a small handful, that do call me, and they say that either, you know, that the information is not correct, and we handle those on a case-by-case basis. I don't have numbers on that, but it's very few.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
My question to you, and thank you for this presentation. It's good to see the work that's being done and how impactful it is for our students. But as we continue with this work, what are the plans around professional development to make sure that every teacher is learning what the best practices are around teaching ELD students?
Yes, and so part of this is really working together as an entire district leadership team. So I'm really excited that language development is working more closely than ever before with instructional services. As I mentioned, our district literacy coordinator is working side by side with our bilingual resource teachers, so it's interdepartmental. We're providing literacy and language PD. And so we do have a 5-year, we're looking at rigorous learning for all. We need to map out those 5 years. And so this year, if that initial professional development is literacy and language, which is just the initial part, which is 5 pillars of literacy and comprehensive ELD, we are going to roll that out, get feedback from our teachers, just like some of the feedback feedback that I shared today, and that will drive what do we want the PD to focus on for year 2? What about year 3? What about year 4? Because you really can unpack each one of those domains. There's listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And we also need to respond to the data. So coming up with a 5-year plan right now, we can have an idea of what we want to do, but we need to look at what the data is telling us. Is it language and what part of language, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, or is it the academic rigor and the literacy? And so I'm really looking forward to working with our team interdepartmentally to really map out that plan and be able to share that with the board.
So as you continue, I'm sure that as you continue working on the plan on what professional development is going to look like, at a certain point, the teachers union should be involved, right, in that process.
Absolutely. In fact, we have our biliteracy committee, and we had our first meeting just last month. We're coming up on another meeting in October, and we do communicate together, and we talk about what are their needs, and they provide input as to what the professional learning should include. In fact, just this last session, our 6th grade teacher, who is a part of our committee, wanted to remind us to make sure that we address reading foundational skills during the 6th grade session, because it's not necessarily part of the curriculum, but there are still students and many multilingual English learners that need that. So we took that feedback. So as Raina and Angie and Melissa are developing that PD, they're customizing that particular PD to include how do we support our 6th grade teachers with that. So we are listening, and we're continuing to work together.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Trustee Tamayo's question pretty much covered mine. We did get a chance to see that designated time, right? That's what Ms. Barton was doing.
That's correct.
And I was watching when they pan to the kids and see what the other kids are doing in there. That's a teacher that has established cultures and routines. So kudos to you.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
I too want to thank you, and I know that last month we spoke, and I was not trying to make more work for you, but I feel guilty the whole time here because I feel like my gushing about our the progress that we've made led to this presentation, and I'm not saying it was my fault, but I didn't mean to make more work for you. You all speak my language, and I very much appreciate this. One thing that I struggle with, and actually was having a conversation with the teacher today, has to do around the academic language for math. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you could give me just a brief, like, what are we doing around English language learners and developing that academic language in math? Because we know now that those scores, there's a lot of English words in the math tests now. And so what are we doing with regard to that?
Yes, our department sees the data, and we know that our next steps, and we're talking about professional development in the future, is looking at how do we support our multilingual English learners in math. So right now, the priority is the literacy, right? And I think that when we are looking at the integrated and designated, our teachers are going to be pulling for literacy for designated because reading and literacy is essential. And for math, the opportunity there is during integrated ELD, because while the teacher is providing whole group instruction and there's a lot of academic math vocabulary, that is a great opportunity to do explicit instruction in vocabulary, integrate collaborative conversation. In fact, during a principal PD just recently, there were a group of principals that are focusing on English language development during math. And we reminded them that in our teacher portal, there are some rich resources that already exist. And we directed them to the math tile that had high impact strategies and collaborative conversations. And they opened up that folder, and it contained sentence frames that were already ready to go to have math conversations, and routines like number talks and 3 reads resources in there ready to go. So our departments and instructional services have always had a rich plethora of resources, but really bringing them to the principal's attention so that they can bring them to the teacher's attention is what's going to get those resources out to the school sites. But I do believe that in the near future, having a focus on math for English learners and ELD, that is going to be something that I definitely am excited to plan as part of our strategic plan. But thank you for asking that question.
No,
It's a
thank
good
you.
one.
I'm hearing your detailed response. That makes me feel better. So thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you all for the report, and thank you to Ms. Carroll, everybody in the team.
Thank you very much.
All right. Approval of the consent calendar. The following items listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. And beginning with Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, are there items you would like to pull?
Yes. 10B. Then pull 10C, and subsections of that are 10CA, 10CE, 10CG, parentheses B, and 10CL. That's subsection of 10C. Then 10D, 10F, 10J, and 10O.
That all?
That's just for consent calendar.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you. Anything, Trustee Bishop?
Yes, I would like to do D, E, and I, please.
Trustee Tamayo?
Might as well. 10C, but it's page 14. I have it. Yeah, just the consultants.
Okay.
I guess it's subsection L. 10D and 10H.
Trustee Fernandez? Okay. And I will make the, so I'm going to read these off and just to verify so that we can have a motion to accept the consent calendar minus item 10B, 10C, and I'm going to just do all of that. I have subsection A, E, G,
Let's just do
parentheses
the
B
whole
and
C.
L. Yeah, I know we do all, but I just want to make sure I got the right ones. And then with minus 10D, 10E, 10F, 10H, 10I, 10J, and 10O. So I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And as we go, I will say after 10C, I'm going to take a pause for new employees once it's approved. So Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, 10B.
10B, just a correction on the minutes, item 14B, report calendar on page 32. It says that I mentioned cell phone policy and dress code policy. I'd like to clarify that what I did is I requested an update of my previous requests to bring these back to the board. It wasn't just a mention.
Do we have that?
So what we're doing right now regarding the dress code guidelines, what we're doing is we're actually working with our legal counsel to make sure that as we met with the board policy committee, and then after discussing it, the committee decided to go ahead and reach out to legal counsel to make sure that if there are any changes that we'll make the changes, but making sure that we're aligned with the legal requirements. So it is being
That's
worked
an
on.
update.
It
That's
is
an
being
update.
worked on.
And the cell phone policy, that's what I needed to add to the change in the minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Move to approve 10B.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Clerk Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. All right, 10C, and I believe you said subsection A first?
Yes. New employment. So it runs from pages 1 of 48 through 7 of 48. There are many listed new hires that retro to July. So I'm wondering why they were not included in the August agenda.
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Romero.
Yes, thank you. What happens with our new employees is that there's a time to process them. So from fingerprinting to our pre-employment screening and then them being approved by budget, things happen to where we place them on their salary schedule. So take, for example, we hire a teacher. A teacher comes in and we hire them, but we don't put them on their step that they might be qualified for. We put them at step 1 until we get verification of their employment. And so that takes some time, especially because some of the schools that they're coming from might not be in session. We start early in July, and some schools don't start back until August. So if they're coming from another neighboring district, those departments may be closed. So what we do is we have to bring them back to new employment, and we put them on the right step, and that happens for multiple cases. This is pretty typical for what happens with this district
In the
that starts
beginning,
in July. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
And in the interest of retention, I wanted to reiterate how disappointed I am that and I know I say this all the time, it's become my mantra, that so many of our staff we can't even match McDonald's pay. That's just a statement. That's something I always mention.
Can I jump in a little
Please
bit?
do.
So back on the other point, don't we offer the employees, here's the offer, the employment offer with a salary?
So for some of our positions, for our certificated positions, if they come in and in their resume and job description says that they're on step 7, we offer them step 7, pending approval of their proof of their service. So what happens is we bring it back to the board with the correct step.
What about classified?
Similar with classified, so our contract and policy allows us for step 3 for a maximum, but depending on their experience and our ability to attract and retain, we do at times bring them in at a higher step.
Yes, but when you tell me I got the job, the letter or the email says your starting salary is this.
Yes. So with our
so I can
classified-
accept or reject, right? Because I'm not going to take a job that might be, if you're offering me step 1, I might not take it if
for
I
sure.
want to take.
Yeah, I understand, and I think I need to do a better job clarifying. With our classified folks, it's completely different. So our classified folks, we can actually call up and verify employment. With certificated, because we are on a permanent status in the state of California, we need a verification of their service. So what happens is we'll call the neighboring district. If they're within California, there's a form that they send back to us. It includes the years of service that they have, any days that would be included in their sick leave. So with our classified folks, it's immediate. With our certificated staff is where we get the proof of employment.
And is the pay retroactive to the beginning?
Completely, yes. Great.
So
Yeah, I want to be very clear. And this is, we work with CVE on this at times. Not only is it retroactive, but on rare occasions, there are times that the employee will bring forward to us a correction that didn't take place 4 or 5 years ago, and there's no statute of limitations on missed pay. So we'll go back multiple years if we need to make sure that we correct that.
And just to clarify too, the the life scan that we're doing at the district office now, does that shorten the amount of time that the process is to start new?
Completely. It does shorten the process, but because of our the size of it, there are things that take time, and so a lot of our positions, and this happens every July, is you'll see that these positions start, in August or late July. But we bring those people, we get them paid right away, but they may not make the board agenda until the September board meeting. So the employees are not without pay, and Mark is phenomenal. If there's anyone that needs to do hand checks, like if there is an issue that comes up, and there is when we have 5,000 employees, Mark will create a hand check for them, immediately.
I'm not done with that item, though. Is that okay? I can continue, okay. And so here's connected to the hiring of our IAs. Ms. Angela brings up frequently the need for comprehensive training for our instructional assistants, and even more so for those assigned for special education. So what kind of training do they get when they come on board?
Great, thank you for that.
Actually, can I have Ms. Casey answer the questions regarding instructional assistance?
The onboarding for the aides when they're first hired. So
Well, the onboarding, but if, for example, are you talking about the onboarding or just training for instructional assistants?
Well, I'm hoping that they get ongoing all
The
along.
only
This is
item
the
we can,
onboarding.
the only one we can address
The
because of the
hires.
item is the onboarding.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The training. So that's
So,
what
so
she's
then,
asking.
Ms. Romero?
Great, thank you. So yes, we do new employee orientations. And so our first, employee orientation is in July, and that's where we get a majority of our processes. So it's about a 3-hour presentation where we talk them through like all of our systems and structures, and our labor groups participate with that. So for our classified employees, Ms. Angela Reed is part of that presentation. For our certificated employees, we have Rosie Martinez, or their subsidiaries present with us. And that goes through a whole process of like, this is how their paycheck looks like, this is how they access information, this is what they do to access, their sick leave, this is how they put in a time for a substitute. So we go through a whole robust training with multiple steps and staff participating in that.
I think what I'm looking for, President Ugarte, is to do their job. So we teaching them how to access their funds.
That's what I was trying to clarify. So if Ms. Casey has any specifics to onboarding with special ed, the IAs, is there any training?
So we do provide training, extensive training for IAs. It's not part of the onboarding, but we do provide yearly. Can I have
I
Ms.
think that's
Casey?
important then, that we designate, if they're going to work with our most vulnerable children, that training becomes on the front end, not on the back end.
Right, and because this is, what I'm explaining is this is new hire, the item, it would be out of order to discuss anything that's not in relation to the training they get as a new hire. So that would be something.
Just as long as it's new hire. So I think I've, shared my concern there. I'll move on. Okay.
Yeah, I believe are you done with 10CA?
Yes.
10CE is next, right?
Leave of absence for the vice, thank God I spoke to Miss Rosie Martinez, because I did not know there had been a change after I received my agenda, because I needed clarification, because it was speaking about the VP for CVE, and I wasn't informed that it had been changed from vice president. That term was replaced with the term officer. So just an FYI, it would have prevented me pulling it, but thought I'd call it out. Thank you.
And then 10CG.
B. Reassignment, new employment, that's on page 10 of 48. The caption provides mixed messages. Reassignment means they are still CVESD employees, whereas new employment under that general category is a little more clear that they're no longer with us because they've obtained new employment. So I was just wondering, does that mean reassignment within our school district, or is it reassignment they left to another assignment?
Ms. Romero, could you explain or define that heading? And,
Great,
and,
that's
and,
a
and
great
how
question.
what staff members are placed in that?
Right. So we have within our organization a couple of staff members that are reassigned. Sometimes these are people that come back from leave, or people that are taking leave and they're reassigned to a new area. And some employees are seeking new employment. So on this list, there's a combination of both. But what I'll do in the future is separate the two so that I can give you a clear understanding of which ones are being reassigned and which ones are going for new employment.
Thank you.
And then 10CL, both you and I believe Trustee Tamayo.
Yes, starting on page 12 of 48. Access Control Security, ACS, that's on 12.
Mr. Pong?
The first one.
I think I just wanted, if you could share with the community our focus on safety, and I know that Mr. Romero pretty much covered it, but if there was anything else to be added in connection to access control security?
No, we had two incidents, one at Roar Elementary where we needed some repairs to be done on one of the fire panels, so we needed some emergency fire watch services with that, and then the second piece of that was at Camarena Elementary related to that graffiti incident, having after hours watching on the weekends.
Thank you. And Central Monitoring Corporation, that's on page 13 of 48. I just wanted general information to the extent possible, because I know we have security measures in place as well.
Mr. Pong, you want to take that one? Again, as general as possible.
So this is one of the companies that provides services for our alarm monitoring throughout the district. So this is just an annual contract for them.
All right, thank you. Ed Ladder, 14 of 48. Are the identified payments for a specific child at each of these schools? Ed Ladder, page 14 of 48.
Toward the bottom.
So those are services at for private schools. The money goes through us, and they hire them. So we receive the money. The money just goes through us, but the services that they provide.
Got it, thank you.
And Superintendent, this is because federal dollars follow the child where they go.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Thank you, trustee. Wilkinson, Hadley, King and Company, LLP, page 15 of 48. I'm just wondering which bond measures are these tax returns being prepared for?
Mr. Pong?
So this is actually for the Public Finance Corporation that we occasionally have separate meetings for, because they act on behalf of the district at this legislative body, and so it's from multiple issuances from CFDs. So we have to file what's known as a 1099-N, and Wilkinson Hadley helps.
So it's drawing from the different bond measures? Okay, thank you.
Trustee Tamayo?
Thank you. On page 14, South Bay Community.
Sorry, it was from the certificates of
Yeah,
participation.
CFDs, yeah, I was going to say.
Yep.
Not the bond, but
Okay.
CFD.
Certificates of participation.
Yeah, the Melrose. I'm done.
Melrose.
The corporation, right?
Mhm.
All right. South Bay Community Services. On page 14, it says that we're paying $690,000 to hire staff such as promotoras, a coordinator, and a service coordinator, among others. As my question to the district would be, now that we're starting community schools and we have a community school coordinator, wouldn't it make more sense that these staff, if we're using them, be hired under our district?
Ms. Casey?
Yes, thank you. So we are currently working on that restructure of CVCC and our FRCs, and so I know Josh is working on job descriptions to look at us bringing those staff members underneath our community school umbrella.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Anything else under 10C? I will entertain a motion for 10C.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Clerk Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And Mr. Romero, if you will welcome our newly hired and promoted employees, please.
President Ugarte, governing board members, and Superintendent Dr. Reyes. It's my pleasure to recognize our recently promoted employees. I'll start with Angel Arellano Garcia, who is moving from Custodian 1 to Custodian 2. Congratulations, Mr. Garcia.
You stand up, is he here?
Calypso Ceja, who's moving from a permit teacher to a special day class teacher. Congratulations, Ms. Ceja. Gloria Diaz, from Instructional Assistant Special Education to Special Day Class Teacher. Congratulations, Gloria. Anthony Harper, who's moving from a noon duty supervisor to a van driver. Congratulations, Mr. Harper. Melissa Hernandez, from Instructional Assistant to School Attendance Secretary Health Specialist. Congratulations, Ms. Hernandez. Shauna Margaret's, who's moving from School Attendance Secretary Health Specialist to School Secretary. Congratulations, Shauna. Arlene Marroquin, who's moving from an Instructional Assistant ELL to School Attendance Secretary. Congratulations, Arlene. Melissa Ramirez, who's moving from a noon duty supervisor to a student attendant. Congratulations, Marissa. Rocio Reynosa, who's moving from a bus driver to a transportation routing and planning specialist. Congratulations, Rocio. Lorena Rocha, who's moving from an IA to an Instructional Assistance Transitional Kindergarten. Congratulations, Lorena. Angelina Rodriguez, who's moving from a noon duty supervisor to an instructional assistant. Congratulations, Angelina. Raquel Cerratos Garcia, who's moving from a school attendance health secretary to a school secretary. Congratulations, Ms. Garcia. Karen Vidal, who's moving from a noon duty to a student attendant. Congratulations, Karen. And my final promotion and recognition and new hire today is to call up our newest administrator to our district. We have joining us this evening, Maria Montgomery. Ms. Montgomery, would you like to join us? So Maria has a ton of experience. Her most recent experience is as a senior director in San Diego Unified, and our wide net of attracting the top talent is just so easy in Chula Vista. When we work for the best district in the state of California, we're able to snag some of the most amazing employees. And Maria, welcome to the team.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Reyes. Again, I'm Maria Montgomery, and I really appreciate this moment to just share with you my excitement about being appointed the Senior Director of Instructional Services. Chula Vista has a long-standing reputation for its commitment to students and families, and I'm really proud to become a part of the district. I'm looking forward to building the connections and the partnerships with you as board members, with our leadership team across departments, and also our site leaders and our educators, as well as our families. I can't wait to get started in ensuring that we're providing those rigorous learning opportunities for all our students so that we can improve student outcomes and really give students the best opportunity to meet or exceed standards and become really ready and prepared for the life ahead, whether it become their college, career, or civic life and engagement in our society. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Congratulations.
welcome.
Maria. That concludes our promotions and recently hired employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Item 10D, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes, I see we had this item a couple of months ago, and it was pulled so that it could be relooked at and include a population that has suffered for the ages, the Jewish community. And I'm happy to see that there. And I'm glad we all agreed that it should have been included from the get-go. And the cover letter is changed a little bit, but I understand why. And the only thing I would ask is that all trainings and that we all agree that it always be age appropriate as we move through whatever is being offered to the children.
Thank you. Trustee Bishop.
Yes, I also wanted to say thank you for including the Jewish American Heritage Month. I also wanted to acknowledge that even though we don't have a specific resolution this evening, that September is in fact Hispanic Heritage Month. I would love it if we could do a retroactive resolution for that, as well as Filipino American History Month in October. If we could get that on the agenda for the next meeting, I would appreciate it. I also want to say that I appreciate the fact that the addition of whereas the district will endeavor to create and make available to teachers curriculum that supports, celebrates, and recognizes the contributions of different groups. I think that's really important that we have those materials available there, and that they are supplementary materials and not mandatory materials. But thank you very much. And I agree with you that all materials that we provide should always be age appropriate.
I did forget one thing. It would be wonderful if December was Christmas. That is a culture, and our foundation, how this country came to be, was a large group of people who left Europe for the persecution of their religious beliefs. Maybe the next time, but I'd like for us to keep that in mind.
Is there a motion to accept the resolution?
So moved. Oops, second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 10E, Trustee Bishop.
Yes, thank you. As always, I believe that if we are going to acknowledge anything in our agenda, that we should actually speak it out loud. And this is the October 13th to 19th is Week of the School Administrator. And so I just wanted to make sure that we said that out loud and that it was acknowledged. And maybe we could read out part of it.
Do you have a specific part you would like to acknowledge in the resolution?
Maybe if we could just do like the last three whereases and then therefore be it resolved.
If you would like to read those, you can do that.
Whereas research shows that great schools are led by great principals and great districts are led by great superintendents. These site leaders are supported by extensive administrative networks throughout the state. And whereas the state of California has declared the week of October 13th to 19th, 2024 as Week of the School Administrator in accordance with the Education Code. Whereas the future of California's public education system depends on the quality of its leadership, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education commends all school leaders in the district for the contributions they make to successful student achievement and declares October 13th to the 19th as the Week of the School Administrator in the Chula Vista Elementary School District. Be it further resolved that each department and school is encouraged to undertake activities to recognize and honor school administrators during this week. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. I believe it is now 10F.
Quick question. Have our labor partners seen and approved the salary schedule?
Ms. Casey or Ms. Romero?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we have shared this with our labor groups and clarified what was happening with the salary schedules, yes.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. 10H. Was that you, Ms.
G? How about G?
Oh.
I have F,
I don't have
H.
G.
I don't have G. I have
Okay.
I.
My bad.
You
Okay.
did H.
I did H.
Yes. Was it intended to be the C?
So similar question as we continue to rework our planning with or engagement with South Bay Community Services. I would appreciate taking a look at what other services we can bring in-house. But that would be my only comment. And with that, I would move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. 10I, I believe Trustee Bishop.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to talk about this out loud. I'm very excited about this MOU. It's something that we've been talking to Southwestern College about, and it's really just for the people that are watching. It's the opportunity for us to do parent classes, not just on parenting, but on things that parents in our community need. And so the absolute, the heart and soul of the idea of community schools is that our schools are the center and the heartbeat of each of our neighborhoods. And as such, I'm really excited to see this program because it's giving us an opportunity to give opportunities to parents who might need to learn something. So like English ESL lessons or computers or whatever the community decides they need. So I just wanted to absolutely lift this up and talk about the fact that we are going into this direction, and this is an opportunity for our parents to have more enrichment for themselves through this partnership. And with that, I move to approve.
Question.
I will second, but I did want to speak to.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm seconding, and we'll have a conversation here. I want to commend the community schools effort, this district steering committee, both on the association side and the district side, for working with Southwestern College to provide this for our community schools. I know the community schools model, and in other districts they have adult schools, and it's not necessary to partner in this way. And so I think being able to have this partnership through the work and the collaboration that the community schools have done is an amazing opportunity for our families and our community schools. And
So this means we're going to be providing Southwestern College classes to adults, parents on our campuses?
Yes.
That is fantastic.
Does it mean that they also get credit, or do they have the
So-
option to get credit?
So these are non-credit classes?
Okay.
there.
So what would be the difference between?
No unit classes.
Right. So what would be the difference between having a collaboration with Southwestern College or the Sweetwater Adult Schools?
So one of the things that my understanding with Southwestern College is, as you move up in the level, in the ELD or ESL level, then you can eventually go into English classes with credit.
I also believe it's about accessibility on our school campuses, whereas adult schools in Sweetwater would be specifically on the adult school campuses.
However, Mr. Tamayo, we could also approach Sweetwater Adult School Program to see if they could, if we could provide a classroom for them, if they could have a satellite classes
Right.
for other adult classes.
Because I would imagine that that's similar to what Southwestern College is going to do, that they're going to send a instructor
Correct.
to our schools, and we would provide the classroom for them to teach. Could we arrange something similar with the adult school system to also offer additional classes, not just in ESL, but well aware that the adult school program has many programs, for example, even resume writing, right? That they can help our parents work with them to get a better resume to maybe have other opportunities. So I would be interested to see in that.
We will reach out to them.
Thank you. If there's no other questions or comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. I'm crossing things out here.
Jay.
Jay.
Just a quick question. The room and board is noted there, and is Medi-Cal usually tied to similar situations, and if that's the case for this as well?
Ms. Casey, this is the NPS.
This is the residential treatment facility and Medi-Cal funding. Are you asking if we can use
Yes.
Medi-Cal funding or bill for that? We cannot.
I'm sure there's more reasons, but yes, thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And I believe we have 10-0.
Yes. So in regards to the Westlake trip, I'm just wondering why there's a huge difference for this very same trip, just different people, 544 versus 1,420. It's the same trip, same timer. Am I missing something?
There was a sale. No, I'm kidding.
Early bird price.
Ms. Morales
Yeah.
or Rochelle?
Thank you. So the reason why is because 2 of our leaders got scholarships, and the county is supporting them with scholarships to our Asian American Pacific Islander group. And so the county offered these scholarships, and 2 of them were awarded them. So they're paying for part of the cost.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Is that the same with the Ed Spaces?
Yes, it is. We applied for a scholarship for Ms. Campos to go. Both of us are presenting at that conference as
Right.
well. We're going to be highlighting the learning spaces that we've designed at Sotomayor, as
great.
well as the professional learning plan that we've put in place with Principal Garza for the educators and all of the staff in those spaces.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's the Houston trip?
Yes.
Yes, that was my next stop point. Thank you.
Before we make a motion, I would like to point out in the second to the last line, the principal's first initial should be D.
Ah, yes.
Correct.
So when we
Move to approve with correction of D Arancibia.
Second.
motion by trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam President, small break.
Yes,
Can we take a 9-minute break until 8:20? Public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing items must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. We are conducting a public hearing regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials and the Williams class action settlement, and adopting a resolution for the 24-25 school year regarding sufficiency of instructional materials and the Williams class action settlement with the state of California. Ms. Carroll.
All right, thank you very much, President Ugarte. So tonight, again, as you mentioned, we are going to be, this public hearing is for our Williams Sufficiency Act. We are very, we know the critical importance of having materials and a safe environment for our school sites. One thing that we want to make sure that everybody knows is that it is always a continued challenge to ensure that we have our instructional materials in the hands of our students, and we have been in communication with CVE and with AACV about making sure that materials get to our school sites as quickly as possible. We do have for our adopted programs, we do have digital access for all of our programs in the absence of perhaps the transition time between getting hard copy materials to schools. But we are proud to say that, and even in our 2 Williams visits that occurred from the San Diego County Office of Education, that we did get good reports back for both of those schools that they met all of the guidelines.
Thank you. I'm now opening the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak on this matter? Seeing no speakers, I am now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Clerk Tamayo. Is there any discussion?
Yes, so a few times that I've met with our CVE, and as late as last month, CVE president spoke about lacking material, instructional material. So how do we reconcile that?
Dr. Reyes?
So, Ms. Carroll, can you share with the board what is happening, for example, with instructional materials and the difference between the required, the supplemental, and the fact that what you mentioned right now, that there is a gap, but it is separate from the Williams.
Yes, and so just so that, of course, we want all of our students to have all of their materials, as quickly as possible, and so there's kind of a difference between the student copies of materials and their access to the programs. And so, yes, we have had some delays in getting some of our student consumables into the hands of our students because of either some ordering challenges or really recognizing in some classrooms what was needed and what wasn't. But we are continually ordering and getting those things in and sending them out as quickly as possible. There's a difference between what Dr. Reyes was saying about our core programs and supplemental programs. So one of the things that I know our teachers have been waiting for are our benchmark phonics student consumables. So they have the teacher materials and they have the digital access to the materials, so they could download, and again, I know that that's challenging and it takes time for teachers to have to download those materials, but they do have access to the student materials online. So teachers and students have access to it digitally. We just had to wait a little bit longer due to some ordering complications to get the actual student consumables. We don't have textbooks for them. They're more like
packets.
packets that are being utilized now with that program. And again, Benchmark Phonics is a supplemental program that we have chosen to purchase in addition. It is part of our Benchmark core curriculum, but it's an additional piece that actually will be coming as part of the core program starting next year. But we chose to purchase extra because it was a priority to get that extra support for our teachers and students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Adopt the resolution authorizing rejection of all bids received in response to bid number 2324-14, carpet cleaning project. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. On June 7th, we issued a bid for carpet cleaning services district-wide, and we received bids on July 1st from 2 vendors. And based on the pricing that we received, we determined that we could more economically perform the services in-house during, if we were to buy the equipment and perform it during the breaks like we had planned for them to do. And so for this reason, we are deciding to reject all bids for this service.
Thank you. I'm now opening the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak on this matter? Hearing none, I'm now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
I'll second, but I do have discussion.
I will. Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. And any comments or questions?
Yes. I'm glad you're going to do it in-house. And I know that Dr. Reyes shared with me the plan that there would be a cycle within which all classrooms' carpets would be clean. Is that correct?
Correct.
A
So,
schedule?
working with facilities, the plan is to have our own staff take care of the schools. And obviously, the time to do it for carpet cleaning would be during breaks, fall break, spring break, summer, some winter breaks. That's the time to do it. Now, we might bring back just a similar item, but at a much reduced cost for emergencies in case we have flooding or something that we need to take care of. But the whole idea is to use our own staff, even if it requires us purchasing more equipment. That way we can do everything inside in-house.
Thank you.
My question, I have 2 questions. One is, what was the input from CVCEO? Have we had the people to step up to do it, or are people getting voluntold to do this, or are people stepping up for the extra work?
Well, and if I could piggyback on that, if we have the ability to do it in-house, what caused us to put out a bid for it? I think that goes along with
right,
that.
absolutely.
Mr. Brown?
So this would fall within the normal work duties of the custodians. And so I think at the time it was determined that there was a need to outsource. Just, I mean, I'd have to look back at the time. Sorry.
So, yeah, so one of the, part of the conversations that we're having is how can we restructure? First of all, he's right, he's part of the job description, so it's not about volunteering or, no, it's part of their job description. The difference is that the way that Giovanni's team is reimagining or restructuring it is that it'll be a team for sites versus one individual or 2 individuals doing it. So it's providing the right support. So he's going to try this new approach. That way we can do it in-house. We're retaining our employees, and we're not outsourcing the work.
And don't get me wrong, I absolutely believe in not outsourcing if we can use in-house. I just want to make sure that our team, And I appreciate the fact that it's a team and it's just not left up to the, hey, you got a day custodian and a night custodian, go for it kind of thing, especially if that's not an expectation of the time that they have during breaks to get stuff done. My next question is actually connected to it, but are we expecting that we're going to be able to get these kind of materials / equipment in time for fall break, which is like a week and a half away, and we've been having problems getting things in short amounts of time? If we're approving this today, are we going to be able to get this stuff for fall break for this to happen?
Yeah, so my comment was to get additional, but we do have equipment.
Okay.
I meant that if need be, we could buy additional equipment.
Okay, so this is just in case of
Correct.
emergency break glass
Correct.
kind of situation. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I just checked the job description for custodian 1, and one of the essential job functions is cleans floors, sinks, chalkboards, carpets.
Yeah, and so it is customary that the deep cleaning is done during breaks.
Mm-hmm.
That includes floors and carpets.
Any other questions or discussion? We do have a motion on the floor.
Did the question that you had, Trustee Fernandez, get answered, do you feel? 'Cause I feel like,
And why did we put it out in the first
yeah,
place?
why was it outsourced in the first place?
I don't know.
Can we get that in?
I think this is during the time when Mr. Pong was just getting
Right,
here, so
right.
just give him some time
So
to figure
just
it
so you
out.
know,
Put
part
it
of the
in
reason
Friday
why,
update.
yeah, if part of the reason why it was put out is because we've been doing this for year after year after year. This has been up there, and then it was just we would just call them and they would do it. However, right now we're trying to best utilize and maximize the resources that we have in house, and to provide as much work for instead of outsourcing of our own. I've heard very clearly from the board that as much as possible, let's use and hire folks that we have, hire folks ourselves versus hire from the outside, other agencies. So this is part of that restructuring. And so after having a conversation with Jovanim and Mr. Pong, we decided to reimagine and reorganize this. That way we can have a new structure. And again, we are going to have an allowance for emergencies, but it will be the exception, not the rule.
And so was the expectation of the workload for fall break for our custodians, is that being impacted by this additional duty? I think that's really what it boils down to from my question is this additional duty that was unexpected, and or are they still going to have enough time to get done the other things that they are assigned during that period?
Yeah, so one additional component that I missed to mention is that we do have additional staff and leadership. So I've spoken to Mr. Martinez several times, and he can assure me that we will be able to get this job done. But in addition to that, it's not going to be instead of something else. We do have additional staff, and we expect that all the jobs will be done completely.
Thank you very much.
Obviously in a rotation schedule.
Sure, and you're saying, and just please pardon me, sometimes my processing requires me to say stuff back, and I'm not trying to diminish. So my understanding as you've spoken it is that there is a team of people that are specific to the carpet cleaning assignment that will be supporting on different school sites in addition to the custodial staff that is already there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Ratify the memorandum of understanding with the City of Chula Vista for school resource officer services for the 24-25 school year. Mr. Romero.
President Ugarte, governing board members, and Superintendent Dr. Reyes, it's our pleasure today to recommend that we bring forward and ratify our memorandum of understanding with the City of Chula Vista and bring forward a super valuable resource, which is our SROs. So just to give a little bit of background information, Dr. Reyes and I met with the SRO team and CVPD, and this partnership goes back into the 80s. And one of the things that separates our response to safety is having these SROs that are part of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. So it is our recommendation that in our creation of the safest schools, that the board considers the staff's request to fund this MOU with our CVPD and City of Chula Vista.
There are no speakers on this item. Do we have board comments or questions?
Yes, I do. In light of everything that's been happening in just this last few weeks, it just really amplifies how important our SROs are. And I think we can all appreciate their work and their diligence. And I especially understand, because my law enforcement family, how hard it is to see things that are so negative every single day and still go home to families, you know, and I can appreciate them very much. And I really don't know how they do it with just 4 SROs. If at any time we hit a pot of gold, I think we should double it. I motion to approve.
I'll second.
Are there any other questions or comments?
I do have a question. I understand the SROs. My question would be, what is this 50% of one agent?
Who pays for the other half?
Who pays for the other half?
So my
what is the training, or because the SRO program, as I understood it, with the presentation, was that an SRO officer receives additional training specific to handling school sites. And my question is, okay, so there's SROs, and I believe in that, but then there's the 50% of another police agent. Where does that play?
So the agent is a rank, just like a sergeant is a rank. So the police department funds 2 sergeants to the SRO program, and then they pay for half of the agents. So essentially, it's just a more experienced officer.
So it's an SRO level 2?
Correct.
Is it a supervisory role?
It is an intermediate supervisory role, yes.
So like an assistant manager?
Pretty much.
So the other 50% comes from
The police department. The police department funds that 50%, and then the district funds the other 50.
Yeah. All right.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to thank them, because I know you, Sergeant Casas, and you and your team have been busy very lately.
Yes, we have.
And with the situation that's happened with potential threats, non-credible, I appreciate your communication to the public, because it does help to calm them down, although I do want to recognize that attendance was down at several of our schools. But thank you for the communication and the work on that.
You're welcome.
I'd like to thank CVPD for being so generous with their time and giving me the big walkthrough when I got to go and look at the program and get to know it even better, and with the patience that you all had with my multitude of questions. I thank you very much.
I too wanted to thank you, and as somebody the last 3 days has been super busy and seen you everywhere I've been, I appreciate the fact that you respond to us, and I know how important that collaboration is, because you were visible on our campuses, you were visible across the entire city at different sites, and moving around and making sure that those non-credible threats, that you were calming down those fears, as Vice President Fernandez said, and then ensuring that public safety was being protected. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Approve submittal of the 23-24 year-end summary revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances. Mr. Pong, you're on.
Thank you, President Ugarte, Dr. Reyes, and members of the board. Tonight we have for your review and approval our 2023-24 unaudited actuals. I just want to start by thanking the Fiscal Services Department. This is one of the busiest times of the year for us since we're working in 2 fiscal years to make this happen. So this first slide, we're comparing our 23-24 estimated actuals, which we brought in May and again in June at the adoption, compared to our 23-24 unaudited actuals when we actually closed the books. We can see in our revenue that we had an increase of about $7 million. On the expenditure side, we had a decrease in expenditures of about $18 million. So we had a net increase of about $25 million. And I'll call your attention to the reserve for economic uncertainty. We had an increase there of about $2 million, which represents about 0.85% increase to the reserve for economic uncertainty. When we look at it based on a unrestricted and restricted side of the budget, we see an increase on the unrestricted side of about 14.8 million and on the restricted side of about 4.8 million. Again, the reserve for economic uncertainty is part of the unrestricted side. So when we look at some of the changes in the revenue, what does that $7 million contain? So we had a small decrease in the LCFF funding, which is just a small variance in what we were projecting in our ADA. We had a decrease in our federal revenues. This is because we don't recognize federal revenue until we actually have the expenditures. On our state revenues, we had an increase in our lottery and also what's known as STRS on behalf. So that's a state revenue that the state provides for STRS pension, and we offset it with an expenditure on the restricted side. So it's kind of a wash. In terms of interest revenue, we had an increase of about 2.6 million. And then there's this accounting entry that only happens at the end of the year based on our cash at the Treasury. So we're reflecting about 1.9 increase in the fund balance because of that. It's just really a ghost entry at the end of the year. And then all of our other revenues, some of it's donation related and Medi-Cal billing related. When we look at our expenditures, some of the savings was from vacancies, and that reduces our salaries and benefits. We have site carryover of about $2.4 million. So that's funds that we allocate to the school sites that are unspent and they're carried over to the next year. So we'll reflect that at first interim. And then we also had some reductions for unspent materials and supplies. And then on our services and operating expenditures, some of that is related to reduced costs in our electricity. So with the solar that we installed at all of our schools, we're recognizing savings in utilities, and then also some reductions in unspent special ed contracts. And then finally, in the all other expenditures, we had some capital expenditures that did not come to fruition. So when we look at our unaudited actuals and some commitments that we have for some district needs, we're looking at site carryover of about 2.4 million, as I mentioned previously. In terms of safety and security measures, we're allocating about 1.5 million for items that cannot be charged to the bond. When we look at vehicle replacements, we have over 30 vehicles that need replacement. They're over 20 years old, some 25 plus years old. So we do need some replacement vehicles, and so we'll be slowly replacing those as we can get our hands on those vehicles. Student and staff device replacements, about $5 million projected for that. Textbook replacements, so we have additional English language art benchmark materials that we're looking at purchasing in the 25-26 school year. And then we also have a math adoption projected in the 27-28 school year. So we're reserving funds for that. And then finally, we're still continuing with some of our post-COVID services and staffing, so counselors and social workers, some other classroom technology. There's a need for replacing all of our wireless access points and other classroom technology, and some of that's also allocated towards our deficit spending, which we'll see in the multi-year projections. So here we have our multi-year projection with the closed out 23-24 school year, the current school year, and then our 2 future years. We can see that from the budget adoption, we did project about a negative or a deficit of about 19 million. And if we were to keep the expenditures as they are, that would continue forward into 25-26 and 26-27. And you can see that very bottom row where we have the restricted ending balance going down to 3.11%. So we can see that the reserve is being used up if we were not going to make any reductions. And this is all based on, at the very bottom of the graph, you can see the COLA that we're projecting. We're required to use the governor's May revise projection, and so he was projecting about 2.73% COLA in 25-26 and 3.11 in the next year. But as we know from this year, they were projecting a higher COLA, but we came in way below the COLA. So we anticipate getting more information on the COLA in December or January. And with that, I will open it up for any questions.
There are no speakers on this. Questions or comments from the board?
Yes. Kind of wished I would have had this and not that 2-inch thick. I just
The sax forms,
the
yes.
raw. It just would really make a. I had to sit down with someone to help me with that other one. I couldn't even. There was no lines on some of these areas. Like, where is it? Where's the ruler? It was really tough there. But some of these numbers are making sense here. So we're looking at $170 million in reserves, right? Is that correct?
So that is combined. So we should look at the third page where just under half of it is restricted. So restricted meaning that we have to use it on specific programs because they're either state or federal funds.
So you're wanting me to look on the third page where?
Oh, sorry. Let me go back. So here at the 88 million is where we're looking at to really determine the health of the district. We have to look at the unrestricted reserve.
So you're looking at 90?
I think.
Is that about it?
Yes.
Okay. And is that 90 targeted to be used by a certain time?
So some of it, that's what we have these commitments for. And so these are expenditures that will be coming to fruition. So currently these are all unbudgeted. And as we spend them, we would decrease the ending fund balance because it's coming from the reserve.
So then that's
These
what.
are more one-time expenditures.
So then we're down to our reserves at 37 million?
Correct.
About
Yes. Sorry, it's 34
34?
in the current year, yes. Which represents about 8% of the budget.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm
From the
thinking.
board?
Sorry.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you so much. This is your first big one, right? Congratulations, you made it through it, mostly. Now we have the questions. This is the hard part, sorry. Okay, so I am not a finance person, so talk to me like I've never done this before, because even though I have. Okay, So the first question that I had was on slide 4. The federal revenues, you said we don't recognize until expenditures. Can you explain that, please?
Right, so we had budgeted about 1.6 million that we were anticipating to receive in federal funds, but because federal funds, they give you funds based on kind of like a reimbursement basis. So if you spent the funds, then they would give you the revenue for it. So,
Okay, so we just didn't spend it, so we didn't get it? Is that what you're saying?
right, so they're funds that we can carry over, so we anticipate spending it in the next year.
Okay. And so
we'll
that's
reflect that at first interim as a carryover.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Okay, so then that takes us to slide 5, which is usually the one that I have the biggest questions around, because this basically is telling me, if I'm not mistaken, that more than $18 million was not spent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we have $18 million, $18.254 million that we were expecting to spend, but we did not spend. $5.66 million in salaries and benefits that we didn't. That seems like a lot of money. How is that explained by vacancies? That's a big question for me.
So we have vacancies throughout the district, throughout the year. So, we might have teachers that resign mid-year, and then we have to get a substitute that might, come in for an interim period, and then we hire someone. So there's some savings there because, a teacher might make $500 a day, but we're only paying a sub about $200. So there's quite a significant savings there. There's some departments that we've had some hard times recruiting for. So, like custodians, supervision, bus drivers. So currently in this current school year, we're making an effort to really try and fill those positions because they're really needed. And then instructional aid positions, when we are unable to fill them with an employee, then we would have to outsource that. So those are some of the vacancies, and my understanding that there was quite a bit in the special ed department in the past year.
And so those vacancies just were empty, or we're using substitute, and that saved us money to use substitutes for those positions, is what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and to the tune of $5.6 million plus $1 million. That seems like a lot when we're talking about doing our when we're negotiating with our labor partners. $5.6 million seems like a lot of money to me. I don't know, maybe I'm off base, but the other thing is books and supplies, $4.9 million. And I know that it seems to me that every year we are rolling over books and supplies to the tune of several $1 million. So I see that we have unaudited commitments of $14 million reserving for the 25-26 year. And the next slide is, how does that $4.9 million tie into that $14 million?
Can I have Ms. Carroll talk about the textbooks, the books and supplies?
Okay, so as you know, over time, we have to purchase our curriculum.
Naturally.
Whether it's a new adoption or just a continuation of programs. So when we buy our curriculum purchases, they tend to be in periods of time, like 4-year time, 8-year time, like that. In the case of Benchmark, our English Language Arts, English Language Development adopted core curriculum, we are finishing up this year in that period of time, that life of the adoption that we had, and we're going to purchase those materials again, but that will be at a high cost to purchase again for an entire district for a multi-year plan. Same with, for right now, we are not adopting a new math program yet, so we haven't gone through that formal math adoption process yet, but we are going to be needing math consumables every year. So unlike in years past, way past, you used to buy an adoption, purchase an adoption, and you got hardbound books, textbooks. You got them and you were good to go for however many years you were going to use them. Nowadays, our programs are a digital component for students and teachers, and generally teacher materials, student booklets that are used within the class materials, and student consumables that are replenished each year of however long you purchase them. So we have a continual cost that occurs each year that we need to be able to be ready for. Plus, we also have new adoptions that will be coming on board as well.
So when we're talking about this like $5 million that seems to roll over and over and over year after year, we're talking, that's about the adoption where we've like parked money for it for the future rather than the consumables? Is that correct?
So just for clarification purposes, so last year, we rolled over around 14 million, but because we used quite a bit for, it was science, and it was also the consumables, and it was math.
Yep, buying additional math
Yeah,
materials.
so we only rolled over, so we spent most of it, and we are only rolling over 5.6. However, now we have to look ahead, because see in the operating budget, we don't have money for that. It has to be money that we save so we can use the one-time purchase every single year in different subject matters.
So by the time, for example, by the time we get ready to adopt a math adoption, it will be no less than probably about $6 million, no less than. When we get ready to purchase our additional language arts materials, that's up, and it gets up there closer to $5 or $6 million as well, minimum. And depending on how our numbers are, that can change those numbers. So that's just two examples. There are more to that too, like we said about math and history, social science.
And that's not counting all the consumables.
That's right.
For the different subjects.
And the additional things, like when we get a math adoption, we're going to need new math manipulatives and things like that that go along with them.
Sure. Okay. So thank you for that. So then my question, I guess, for Mr. Pong would be, is it a one-to-one situation where that 4.9 is going to go towards the 14 million needed for reserving, or is that, do we not use rollover funds one-to-one?
So about half of that rollover funds that you're looking at in the books and supplies, that belongs to school sites. So it's funds that the school sites have access to, that they're using as carryover funds.
Okay. And did I hear you right that we've saved more than $5.1 million on like doing the solar? Or
it wasn't,
is that right?
It wasn't all solar.
It wasn't all solar.
About, I think, just under $1 million is related to solar.
I'll take it. Thank you very much,
And
son.
just, in that is that right now we're about to do a study, because we want to make sure that we're actually maximizing the savings in the solar panels. So we're going to do a study to see if there's anything that we can do. For example, every single one of the solar panels working, etc., to make sure that we can maximize the savings, because we believe that we can even save more than that 1 million.
I bet. No, the solar panels are great. Okay, so then my final question, and please don't judge me for asking something that might be very obvious. The $25,242,462, that's the general fund changes from 23-24 unaudited. Where does that go on this last page? Where does that exist here? Sorry, not the thank you, but where is that on that?
So that's part of the 88 million.
The unrestricted, okay,
Yes.
so that's
our ending
that
fund
is
balance.
tied into that 88 million that exists there.
Yes.
Already, okay, great. Thank you so much.
Clerk Tamayo?
All right, so we'll start with slide 6. It says that we're going to do student and staff device replacements for $5 million. My understanding is that each school site pays for their own devices. Is this moving for the district to now pay for the devices and not the school sites?
Well, the last replacement that we did district-wide was funded with one-time funds. And so there is a need, because my understanding is that was about 4 or 5 years ago. So there's a need district-wide for us to replenish those teacher staff computers.
So the district will pay for them?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now, text replacement, we talked about math. We talked about, what other subject? Language.
And science.
Language arts. Or social science? And social science. So 3 adoptions. Is that happening next year? Is that happening 2 years from now? 5 years from now? When is that happening?
Well, so we're not really adopting a new program for ELA, ELD at this time. We're just re-upping our materials. So that would be in the 25-26 school year. We will need that because we will run out of the current adoption, the gratis materials that we have from the current adoption. So it's still the same program. We just need more materials for it.
So how much we spent in materials last year? Or when the last time we bought them?
When we purchased it 8 years ago, 8 years ago? 5, it was about then. It was over $5 to $6 million, I believe, at that time. For ELA, ELD.
For
ELA,
materials.
ELD, that's the program.
And that's for benchmark?
For the core program. Because remember, the core program was adopted 8 years, it was closer to 8 years ago. Benchmark phonics, which you have maybe saw as an approval, that's just a supplement. That's just a piece of the program that we bought in addition right now because we knew the need for it with our foundational skills. We won't need to do that in the future because it all comes in the same program. But that was just one. That's ELA, ELD. And then math, we have to up every year until we have a formal adoption. And then depending on how many years you want to purchase to adopt, that will depend on that. And then history, social, so math is every year until an adoption. And that's over $1 million for student consumables and teacher. Then history, social science will be coming up as well. And that's going to depend on when we're able to get that done between math and language arts because of all those priorities.
Sounds like we're good on science for a minute.
Yes, science is fine, and we're not paying anything extra for science right now. We adopted, and that's done.
Okay.
Science is finished.
So I'm assuming that we're not going to get to, we're going to have 20 million stashed into textbooks and supplies, and cutting other programs, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
So every year we put money into this line item, into this budget. My hope is that we're putting enough money to cover the textbooks and not hiding money or stashing money.
Yeah.
Moving along. The next item there says post-COVID-19 services and staff, classroom technology. What classroom technology? If we're buying laptops, what other classroom technology is there? Is it projectors? Is it smart boards? Is it, what is it? No.
I can speak to it. Go ahead, Jacob, come on over. One of the things that I will say before Jacob goes is that we are putting Promethean boards in our classrooms, so the interactive displays that you recently saw at Sotomayor. So as part of this process, not only with the staff and the student devices, we're trying to standardize what those devices will be across our district to be able to roll them out. And then we have other resources. I'll let Jacob take it from here.
Yes, so I need to talk a little bit more to Mark about this one. We've talked about some modernizations at some of the school sites, which would be working with the principals to decide if they're moving towards a Promethean standard and the assistant soups, or if they need new projectors or new TVs or whatever they need in that. We use a standard called ScreenBeam, which is a wireless presentation. The company no longer makes the base version of that, which was very cheap. The new base model of it is not cheap, so we're exploring the district helping with the purchase of those devices so we can move forward with that, because there's been some concern about the cost of those moving forward. They do have a lot of extra features, but they are expensive. So there's a lot of technical stuff in classrooms that we could modernize.
$28 million.
I don't know for sure exactly that all of that is for classroom technology or what the division of that is.
Right, if we look at the multi-year, I mean, a majority of it is funding our deficit. So, you know, we're looking at a $19 million deficit that we'll have to reduce slowly over these next 3 years. And so some of that is going to that.
So yeah, when it says staffing, can you go back? When it says services and staffing, the whole idea is for us to be able to use part of that $28 million, aside from the money that's going to be used for technology, to be able to continue funding certain key positions. We know that we have to reduce. Positions that were funded by ESSER funding, one-time funds. But we want to be able to, as much as possible, extend and provide as much coverage as we can for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. So this will help us extend that support staff.
Okay. So we're seeing that we need to save somehow $18 million, upwards $18 million. And I see that we saved $18 million. Why not just continue doing the same? So, your slide number 5 says that the district saved $18 million by not hiring some positions, not funding some book and supplies, and saving on services and operating expenditures. The question from the public would be, well, if you're saving $18 million here, why do you need to cut and not just continue with the method that you're saving $18 million?
Right.
Because the savings is not a method. The savings is, for example, 1 year it could be in the unaudited actuals, it could be maybe plus $2 million or minus $5 million. So there are a lot of different variables that happen throughout the year that may that adjust the end budget either up or down. And if it's up, it could be at different amounts, or down different amounts. So because of the variables. In this particular case, as we do the budget and the forecasting, we got to be able to use the numbers that we actually have, the numbers that we are projecting and predicting. And so based on that model, we say, you know what, if we're looking at the positions that we have now and that we anticipate having, and the revenue that we anticipate having, and all the expenditures, operating expenditures, we expect to have this fund balance at the end. So ideally that would be the case, but it's not a formula. It's based on variables that happen throughout the year.
Yes, but you have vacancies here that you have not filled. So what programs are those being impacted? And can we continue to not fill them to save those $5 million, or is that programs that we need and we just haven't found people?
Yeah. So it's a couple of things. One is that there is a labor shortage, so we are continuously recruiting and making sure that we continue to recruit the right person for the job. But also, some of the things that we're doing is being more resourceful in the way that we use the money. I think a good example is what we did today with the carpet cleaning. Is instead of spending, and I can't remember the amount, it was for what amount?
About almost $300,000.
So instead of sourcing out $300,000, then we do it in-house. So in that particular case, the budget would have reflected an amount of 300, and we're looking at ways of being more strategic. So it's not just about positions, but the ability to use what we have to be more resourceful with what we have. Now, we can't. In that, let's use that as a case. In that case, in particular, we anticipate. Well, yeah, maybe we can save 300,000. But what about if we need to buy 2 machines? And what about if we end up saying, yeah, you know what, we do realize that we might need to spend a little bit of money from hiring somebody else. So there are different variables that we can't anticipate. So we can't use the 300,000 from now as a savings until we realize it at the end of the school year.
Sure. Can
Sorry,
I
just have
interject?
another comment just about the vacancies, so we have more information. Part of the large amount of the vacancies was actually from the ELOP program or the LEAD program. So 23-24 was the first year that we started up with the LEAD program. And so, we were recruiting custodians and the after school, what are they called? The instructors, the after school instructors. And so a lot of that didn't come to fruition, but now we have those funds. And so those funds are actually restricted for those programs. So part of it is restricted funds that are in those vacancies that we have hired a significant amount to that program now because it's fully operational.
Yes. So if we're looking at shortage of staff, and I'm always trying to outmatch McDonald's, why don't we raise it enough to attract that staff?
Well, that would be a bargaining.
Well, that's why I felt comfortable to talk right now, because we're not bargaining. But if we were, then I wouldn't. But just a thought.
It's a great thought, and something that we should probably explore soon. Maybe not finding for ways where we can think outside the box between the limits of our bargaining scope. The salary schedule for Classify reflects steps that are higher than $20 or at $20. It could be that the position of the district, with obviously bargaining with CVCVO, to not start any employee less than a step that's below $20. A thought. Obviously, that's an impact to the budget, right? Because if we're thinking about cutting
Trustee
18
Tamayo,
million.
I'm going to caution you because we're getting very dangerously close to the slippery slope of bargaining.
I know how
outside of bargaining.
to
I know.
work on the gray area. So.
You should know, buddy.
So do I.
But so there is possibilities there where we could entertain ideas, but at the same time we're looking at $18 million deficits. So
Right, so in regards to the 18 million, also I think we have to remember that because it's going to the reserve, those are one-time funds. So that is what this is showing, that, it's supporting the deficit that we have ongoing. So once we use it, it's gone. So that's why we need to slowly still make cuts.
So if it's one-time funds and has to be used by a certain time, then...
No, just one-time funds in general, because it's from the reserve.
All
So
right, thank you.
once we spend it,
It's kind of like you have money left over and it rolls
like your
over.
savings account, yeah. It's kind of one time.
So as we look at the one-time cuts or at the ongoing cuts, when will the district present the board with the options to cut? Because we see basically cuts by not funding certain things or cutting operation expenditures. without the board deciding on cutting those.
So what we're going to be doing is, right now we're looking at, we call it reductions, but reductions, it could be, yes, a reduction in different areas. Reduction is also, again, the example that we did today, that nobody was moved. In fact, we hired more people and we had a reduction, right? So we're looking at ways to have as much of a reduction as possible without impacting anyone. We're doing the same with in special education. We're doing the same thing with our facilities. We're doing, like, every department is finding ways of reducing costs. Now, around November, we're going to be looking at, okay, so what else do we need to reduce to make sure that we are, because we don't want to, we want to make a decision not in 3 years from now. 3 years from now is going to be too late. One of the things that I want to, and I know Mr. Pong mentioned it, but I think it's really important that we truly understand the impact of this. If you see the highlighted numbers, his projection for 25-26, so for next school year, is the COLA is at 2.73, correct? So that's a projection. And then for the following year, for 26-27, it's 3.11 COLA. We don't believe, we believe there's almost no chance of reaching that COLA. We believe we're more likely to get, if so, around 1%. So for each year. So we're talking about almost 4% difference in COLA in 2 years, which has a multi-million-dollar impact in the negative in revenue. So we are looking at different things. Unfortunately, we need to look at where can we reduce November, December. Yet the governor's budget, it's going to be in January. So it might be, we might make some adjustments in January, depending on where it is. But the adjustments might be up or down, depending again on the governor's budget.
So if the district believes that we're not going to hit those COLAs numbers, wouldn't it be in the best interest of the district to bring forward recommendations on where we can look to cut November, December timeframe?
Mm-hmm.
That way, the board can make priorities and decisions on where we would like to cut and what is the priority for the board. Because right now, I see cuts happening or investments happening without the board really knowing where they're investing.
Yeah.
Or cutting.
Okay. So yes. So like I mentioned, we plan on having those recommendations November or at the latest December, but we're shooting for November. The recommendations. Now, some of the investments. So that money, for example, is set aside for those things. Now, come November, come December, you say, you know what? I'll use technology as an example. So you know what? Yeah, we can wait 3 more years before we replace the student devices. I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm not saying that's the case. But if that was the case, then it would be your prerogative to give us that direction.
Or instead of buying iPads, we buy Chromebooks.
Correct. And so that's one of the things that we're looking into. And we're looking at, okay, so instead of buying, exactly. And that is currently, we are looking into that. Buying Chromebooks, which the price difference is significant.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, it's not about, that's why I don't like using the word cut, because cut to me means they won't have it anymore. I say reduction in regards to cost, because it's about being smarter in the way we use and allocate the resources. And that's a good example.
Yeah. I'll leave it at that.
Is that something that you'll present in closed session for the November meeting?
No, that would have to be open session.
Open session, okay.
Right, and just as a reminder, we do have our first interim, which is our first time to revise the budget at the December meeting also.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Trustee Fernandez?
Yeah, just taking it all in. Thank you all for unpacking that. Appreciate that. I think if you're watching online or in the crowd and you're wondering, like, you know, is my program going to get cut or possibly my job, and you see this money sitting there in these categories that are, I don't want to say nebulous, but the large descriptors, you're probably like scratching your head like I am, right? So I want to thank you all for unpacking that, and just say to the superintendent and staff, we look to you to be a little more precise in explaining what these categories are and what we're spending money on. Thank you.
Hi. It's my turn. All right. Thank you for the presentation, and I want to commend you on a couple of things first. Number one, you're showing us exactly where the money is. So we know that there's this $53,110,000 and $466, right? So my question with regard to that, it says commitments. That means it's not yet spent, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because I just had to ask that because in another budget, we were talking about encumbrances and things that had to be spent. So bottom line, what we're turning into the county and closing our books, our ending balance at the end of this year is that 170 million and change. That's what we're saying to the county. That's our ending balance.
Well, that's combined with restricted and unrestricted.
Yes. But when we look at it overall, that's where we ended without our reserve, without those monies we haven't spent, right?
Overall, yes.
Yes, okay. The other comment I want to make is to commend you on a reserve, right? And the board policy with our reserve for economic uncertainty and not creating other reserves that we don't need to have. So that's why I wanted to make it clear. So those commitments, and I think what might be a little bit confusing for anybody looking at this, they say 23, 24 commitments. It looks like we spent that money, but we really haven't spent it. It's rolling over into 24, 25, right? Okay, great. That's all I wanted to say about it. I think this was a very good presentation. I agree with Trustee Dominguez Cervantes because I've seen budgets and many permutations, and having it laid out like this and showing us this is where the money is, this is what we're saying we're going to be using it for, what we're committing it to, makes sense. And I look forward to getting that letter from the county as the president of the board saying that we're all good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is an action item to accept the report.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by, was it trustee, who moved it?
I did.
Moved by trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We have item 12C, approve Proposition 28, the annual report of the Chula Vista Elementary School District for the fiscal year 23-24. Mr. Pong, you're on again.
So this is an annual report that we will be submitting to the board starting this year. We're required to report on to the state how many staff we funded with Proposition 28, which was approved back in November 2022. And at the time, during the last school year, there wasn't much guidance on the program, so we were waiting to spend the funds, and now we're planning for the 25-26 school year to be able to use those funds. And so this is to approve the 23-24 school year last year.
Okay, and we do have speakers on this item. So hopefully they hung in with us. Jennifer Marakovitz. Is that for me pronouncing, or is that for?
And I just woke up. Good evening, or I should say good night. Board members, it's actually past my bedtime. My name is Jennifer Marakovitz, and I teach music at Rosebank. And I have sent you some visuals. I blew them up here. I hope that you were able to receive those. I'm here in support of the VAPA department, but I'm speaking on my own accord. And I'm in support of the use of Prop 28 because we have many needs in VAPA. But I wanted to spend most of my time here to speak about the vacancy of the VAPA coordinator position, which connects very much to this topic. It's important that this position is filled to have someone like-minded in the arts who will pay attention to things such as propositions and grants and so forth. Additionally, a VC, VAPA coordinator, supports educators, serves as a mentor, coach, and helps educators organize arts curricula through relevant PDs. Here's a visual I just have in my classroom. It's a flip chart of the different grade levels. I post this for my students. It's all the grade levels, the goals, the ICANNs for each, and this is quarter one. So with that said, VAPA is under the curriculum instruction umbrella or the branch. Since there has been no VC for several months, there has been no formal outreach from the ISS. As an educator, I have felt this missing component professionally, including the networking. The ISS department has several coordinators, particularly listed like on the weekly bulletin, but the VC is not listed. So the info really is offered is not really relevant for VAPA. And I believe personally that it's the responsibility of an educational institution to support and develop content areas and those who teach them. I also would like to add a few of my suggestions, if I may, for a stronger VAPA program. Yes, CVSD has had a great reputation, even nationally and so forth. I believe, but what's most important is student achievement, learning to use the creative processes, and to focus more on what we do and why we do it for the sake of the students' growth in the arts. So in other words, a greater in-depth purpose from a curricular standpoint, being a member of the curriculum instruction branch. This is to help students become more literate in the arts and to become more aware of the creative processes that is found in so many aspects in their lives. CVSD has a great, was that 3 minutes?
Let her finish.
CVSD has a great vision of VAPA mission statement, which serves like a foundation to a house. However, we have strong, we need strong pillars now, and I'd like to suggest a district-wide framework. This is actually based on the California. This is not anything I made up, but I think we should utilize this. So you can see it. So it is important to understand how learning structures are also utilized, because this is a curriculum instruction department. And those who are involved in especially curriculum specialists who are involved in math, science, and social studies would be familiar with something like this. Learning facts, topics, conceptualizing, and leading to generalizations. But this doesn't always apply to all content areas. And that's why we need to have, so when we're talking curriculum instruction, structure of process. And that's, this is some light reading I did this summer in curriculum instruction. This is utilizing our core artistic processes. And this is very important. Where are you going to find this? Are you going to find it in that? No. You're going to find it in this kind of structure. And this is what we need to teach our students. ELA and VAPA including, both of them. So I've done a little bit of my homework. And so in short, I just want to say for these reasons, we need to develop a stronger VAPA. And I think we need to take it to new levels now. New levels never taken before. And that starts with having a VAPA coordinator devoted to supporting educators and developing a progressive arts curriculum under the umbrella of curriculum instruction and I'm not going to say 21st century because we're almost halfway there. So mid 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Seligman.
Good evening, board. I am Jonathan Seligman, the music teacher at Casillas Elementary. This is my 10th year serving this wonderful district, being here since the VAPA Renaissance in 2015. Many things have happened in these past 10 years. Our unique program has influenced, inspired, affected tens of thousands of students. We've been recognized 7 years straight by different organizations nationally for having amazing VAPA programs. We, the teachers and the district heads, built programs and collaborated with outside organizations to give the best quality teaching to our wonderful kids because we recognize that there's something special here in Chula Vista. Since the start of our program, funding has been kind of an issue. Funding for resources, instruments, supplies, everything. However, despite having little to start my program personally, I was never afraid because I knew I had good leadership that would support VAPA. But now I'm at a crossroads with that confidence. Funding finally has come down from the state to expand the visual and performing arts programs through Proposition 28, and the district has chosen not to use it. And on tonight's agenda, you plan to continue to withhold it until next school year, while other districts throughout the state are using that very money to expand their programs and improve their students' lives. To say I'm perplexed is a bit of an understatement. My school has recently been reduced to only 2 VAPA teachers. We've been hobbling trying to make collaboration work when we have cohorts that have 3 general ed teachers. The money projected to be given to Casillas through Prop 28 is around $61,000, which is more than enough to cover the deficit, and yet that money is being sat on. Since 2017, the district has always paid for Chula Vista music teachers to participate in ORF training that was extremely beneficial to me when I was starting. This past year was the first time our district did not pay for our teachers to participate. 80% of our CVSD teachers that participated had to pay for this training from their very own pocket. That could have been solved with Prop 28 money, and yet the money is being sat on. These are just fractions of narratives that I'm aware of that are being held by funding that could be remediated by the state's money. With that, I urge you to release the Prop 28 funds. This is money that affects not only just one school or one grade level or one area of Chula Vista, but as a VAP teacher, I see every child at my school. My VAPA colleagues do the same. An investment in VAPA is an investment in our entire Chula Vista community. So help us continue to make Chula Vista a beacon for the arts by releasing the funds, not next year, but today. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Tabor.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Tabor. I've been a theater teacher here in the district since 2015, the Renaissance, as John said. I don't have fancy charts or anything, but I just wanted to share some thoughts. To piggyback on what Jennifer said, I'm very concerned that we have not even posted a VAPA coordinator position. Having a person in the district office that is passionate and experienced with VAPA is invaluable. Our VAPA teachers, including myself, have a very niche expertise, and we need PDs to help us grow and be strong in our disciplines. And having someone with that background would be very helpful. And we've missed that. We've felt that absence this quarter. Also, I wanted to speak on possible speculation that the district may eventually change the way VAPA is set up from what we currently do. There's rumor that there will be more of a centralized VAPA program where VAPA teachers would travel to different schools, possibly 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 schools at a time or on an inconsistent basis. This model offers a disservice to our students. With our current model that we have, I teach at 2 schools, and a lot of my colleagues do it as well. It's still difficult, but I have been able to foster lasting relationships with my students across all grade levels. Specifically at Valley Vista, I've been there for 9 years now, and I've been able to put on musicals since 2018. And these plays have offered my school community, especially my students, a strong impact. So much that in their student council speeches that they did yesterday, many students mentioned their part in the play. So for example, one student who was running for president, he said, "Hi, my name is Leo, I'm running for president, but you might recognize me as the Wizard of Oz." He was part of my play last year. So I feel if the district changes to this centralized model, that many fantastic VAPA teachers will seek other employment opportunities. Our school communities will suffer, and our students will as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is an action item, and then we can have discussion.
So move to approve for discussion.
Second.
Questions, comments? Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Yes. So it was clear from what Mark told us that something occurred where it just didn't get out the money. Correct? And the projection is 3.4 million per fiscal year. Correct? Okay, so has the money not been sent to us, or do we have to spend it first to get it reimbursed?
Mr. Rock, can you go ahead and share how Prop 28 money works? Is it ongoing forever? Is it a one-time money? Is it how it's supposed to be used? What are some of the requirements?
Sure. So there's a certain dollar amount allocated per student, and it's also based on unduplicated students. So these funds are allocated to a school site, and those funds come to the district centrally, and they are restricted funds. So the goal of those funds is for 80% to be used on staff, and then 20% can be used on materials and supplies.
So if I read it correctly, the state is waiting for our implementation plan first?
That's correct. We have to come up with the plan first.
But Mr. Brown, can you explain, is this ongoing forever?
Right, it's ongoing funds. We do have 3 years to use the funds, so what we received in 23-24, we can use up to next year, 25-26. So we have 3 years, a 3-year cycle to use each allocation.
So is it a 3-year, so after 3 years, what happens? We spend the money and then what? Is it ongoing for 10 years, 20 years?
It's ongoing, yes.
Okay.
So we just didn't submit a plan for this school cycle?
When did the guidelines, can you talk to us about the guidelines? When we got the guidelines, and what are those guidelines?
So the district has to create a plan in coordination with the schools, and then each school has to create a plan also for how they plan on using the funds. So our goal is to begin to work with principals on how we can use those funds in preparation of the 25-26 school year.
When did we get the guidelines?
Towards the end of the last school year.
Like in June or something? What?
I'd have to look back.
Just at the end of the school year sometime?
Yeah.
So then our task was to communicate with the principals, the school sites, to coordinate a plan?
Yes.
And then have submitted it by a certain time frame? Do we have time frames?
Because there should be community engagement and things like that on how the funds should be used, because it should be based on school site needs.
What happens if we don't follow the guidelines? Like, let's say I'm hearing people say that other districts are spending the money. And my understanding is that the money, it was voted in 2022. Guidelines came out in like April 28th of 2023 to hurry up and do this. And if we spent the money and it was outside of those guidelines, what would be our penalty? Would we have to give it back?
Yeah, so there's a calculator that if we spent on services that were not approved, then there's a whole calculator that we would have to return funds to the state. So that's why we were cautious in moving forward with the funds.
Ms. Carroll, can you talk about the guidelines and the plan and where are we?
Okay, so thank you very much. I think that, we all agree how important VAPA is to our district, to our students, and nobody disagrees with that. We had hoped that we know that there was an absence in the loss of our VAPA coordinator, and in trying to fill that position, we needed to look at how to be most effective with that. We actually have just hired somebody this evening, our Senior Director of Curriculum and Instruction, who has a great deal of experience with VAPA in the leadership portion of that, and really looking at some of the structures involved. I know that many people feel very strongly about the fact that having somebody specifically focused in the area of VAPA leading the work is important. One of the things that I will say in watching since our renaissance in 2015 of VAPA, we have had 2 incredible coordinators of VAPA. They really, though, specialized in one discipline, not really all of the disciplines. And so one of the things that we're looking at is how do we have somebody who understands the needs and the leadership aspect of it, but how to maximize the incredible expertise that we have out in our schools right now. We have an award-winning music teacher from Casillas who just spoke to us tonight. He should be doing some of that work with us and collaborating and building that efficacy of the strengths out there. So that's what we need to look more closely at. And what we didn't want to do, because the guidelines for spending the money, it was a little bit nebulous at first, and trying to figure out really what was going to be happening and how, really looking at what do we need to do in looking at our current structure, because right now we have some schools who have this much VAPA time and some schools who have this much VAPA time. So that connects with collaboration as well. So how do we look more closely at how our structure is, how to most effectively ensure that our children do have the opportunity to experience the integrity of the arts at all of our schools, that we don't lose the program, that we're continuing to really support that in a way that makes sense. So we don't want to just jump into spending more money on something that we need to look at more closely first and come up with a real plan.
I think the non-communication to our VAPA community is what just raises the anxiety, and rightfully so, because they don't have any information. What's going to happen? Is it going to disappear? Is it being reduced? I can just imagine the thoughts. Right. But I know that if, we're saying that we like VAPA, right. So, but giving them some kind of a timeline or time frame or something so they know what to expect would, I think, calm quite many of the fears. Am I hearing
and I agree
yes?
with you. I have been in communication with VAPA teachers, but I didn't know, because of the delays in hiring and really what we were trying to do to build that first level of structure, I didn't want to send out information until then. So I apologize for not getting more information out to them, but we will make sure to communicate with them and know that they do have the support of us in curriculum and instruction, and how we're going to build, again, that efficacy across the district.
So, just, sorry.
You know I got stuff to say about this, my friend.
Yes.
Okay. The first thing that I want to understand better. Am I understanding you correctly when you say that the woman that Maria, that we just hired, the intent is that she is overseeing the VAPA program?
The intent is that will be part of the responsibility that all of us will have in curriculum and instruction to support, but she has a great deal of experience leading the work of
So
VAPA.
trustee, yes, she will be overseeing VAPA.
So okay, I just got elected chair of the Chula Vista Cultural Arts Commission, right? And I understand how important it is to have an artist in the room where decisions are being made, right? And so if I had understood better that hiring Maria to supplant a VAPA coordinator, I would have had different questions in the room, and I would have had different feedback, because I believe it is absolutely crucial to have a VAPA coordinator who has arts experience, who is an artist of some sort, that is in the room where decisions are being made. And it's great to have a cohort of teachers that cover all the different disciplines. That's great. I support it. Let's do that as well. But I feel like I got a little bit of bait and switch, to be quite honest, because that was not my intention with that position, because I think it is absolutely crucial to have a coordinator that has boots on the ground arts experience. That's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing I want to say is, and we've had this conversation a bunch of times, Dr. Reyes, you know I hate it when we leave money on the table. Like the fact that our Prop 28 money, yes, we have 3 years to spend it theoretically. And yes, I understand also one of the things that I don't know that we've touched on per se, but one of the requirements of the state is that Prop 28 funds are supposed to be funding new programs, not existing programs. And so if we saw that we had to come up with new programs in order to get this funding, and it is kind of like a grant, like where we have to apply for the money, so we have to have our plan and we tell the state, okay, this is our plan, this is what we're going to use it for, and then they give us the money. That's great. But we have been sitting on this far too long, and at this point to have us say, well, we're going to restructure VAPA, which, listen, I understand that the VAPA program does have things that need fixing. There are equity issues for our students. There are ways in which we're not supporting our VAPA teachers in the way that we could. We need to do more focus on arts education. I believe very, very strongly that a child is not a complete child without arts education. Full stop. So, as we move forward here, a budget is a moral document. And if we care about the education of our children, especially in the arts, then we need to figure out how to prioritize our arts funding and try to come up quickly with a plan around VAPA. As we're restructuring whatnot, we need to have somebody from the arts community in that room as we're having those conversations. So I was under the impression that we were going to post the VAPA coordinator position, and I still maintain that we need a person in that position so that they're in the room making decisions and that they are a good advocate for the program as it exists now and as it transitions into what it becomes in the future. And if we need to find short-term goals in order to get that Prop 28 funding sooner rather than later and create programs in that way, then I'm all for it. We need to make sure that we're not leaving money on the table, especially around arts and especially around, like, we voted in 2022 for this additional funding because the state of California believes that it's important enough to fund arts programs to add an additional 1% to school funding. I mean, that's what the whole thing was, so that we all said, hey, yeah, this is the 98 funds. This is what all of our funding does. But we care about art so much. We as a society said, we want to get that extra 1% so that we can make sure our kids have art. And I'm disappointed in us for sitting on it this long. So this is a high priority for me. We'll have some more conversations again, and I really truly believe and hope that we can get an arts professional in that VAPA position to work with Maria. Great. I'm glad that Maria has VAPA experience. I don't feel that that's all that we need in this case, and I believe that we need to get an actual VAPA coordinator that works in that space as an arts professional. And it's okay if they're a music person, and it's okay if they're a fine arts person, or whatever. That just being a person that has been in the classroom, that has boots on the ground, that has experience around being an arts professional, I think is crucial to that position and to advocating in the way that our VAPA teachers need advocacy. And that's what I'll say about that.
All right. So, the budget could be a moral document, but it's more important than that. It is our strongest policy document because through budget we make policy decisions. So, and I'll need a second from you, Trustee Dominguez. We need action. We need it now. So, can you, or I'm directing, if I get a second, that the district brings a plan to the board by December?
I second that.
I would like to make an amendment to that includes a VAPA coordinator with the plan.
No.
He doesn't consider that a friendly amendment. The motion's been made that a plan be brought to the board for approval in December. It was motioned by Trustee Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask a question.
So we're planning on doing a presentation, VAPA presentation next month. Next month, you want us to do that and then December, or what would you like?
You can do the presentation, but I need a plan that we can act on by December.
So would you like me to do then the presentation with the plan in December?
Yes.
Yes. No. The presentation is still set for October.
Move it. I want the presentation and a plan because I want to give time to the district, not for a quick plan or a Band-Aid plan, because we're talking about potentially being more creative about VAPA, being able to look at how we can create a more equitable VAPA plan.
And I want to piggyback on what you're saying. I think that all of us up here are very, not as passionate maybe as some of us about VAPA, but some of us are also cautious. My concern in asking those questions with the budget is the same people who are here speaking tonight in favor would be the same people speaking out against us if we had spent the money and had to give it back without the guidelines. And right. I don't want us to rush into a plan with a new person and with Ms. Carroll and that department and all the things they have to do, especially because sites do need to create a plan and it does have to have community input. I don't know that we would be able to get all of those elements into a plan and into a presentation before December without it being sloppy. I see why you're saying December because then we have the next to begin implementing.
Yes.
So that's my comment on why I see that. I'm more cautious in the money spending because I don't want us to have to backtrack. It's not about not supporting VAPA. It's about making sure we're using that money the way that it's supposed to be spent.
Exactly, because as we're looking at potentially cutting 18 million, I don't want us to rush into a plan and then say, oh, we have to cut it. I want to make sure that we're precisely saying this is what we're going to do and this is how we're going to make it equitable. That's why I'm saying we need it fast, but I'm giving you till December.
Okay, so December, just so I understand, you want the plan and the presentation on the things that we're doing for VAPA?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a first, we have a second. All those in favor?
We're voting on
His motion. He made a motion to have a plan and a presentation with regard to this money, Prop 28 money, by December.
But the overall VAPA restructuring, as it were, everything.
With the community input, with the schools
with
plan.
community input.
Ready to act and approve.
Ready to
that
act
way
on
they can move forward.
Is his motion going to supersede what we have on agenda?
The October presentation.
So the motion for actually we did have a motion on the floor. The motion that was on the floor was just to approve the report that he has to get. The report must go to the county on how we spent the money or did not spend the money. And that was in the presentation. This is, we need
This
to.
is an extra
An
motion.
extra motion
Extra
that we
motion.
need to.
So it
vote.
won't supersede it.
It
itself.
won't.
Yeah.
No.
I still have questions. That's what sucks about being on this side of the dais. Everybody gets all excited over here. I still have questions.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
Okay. So, and we need to first, we need to carry the primary motion of, go back to that, and do we approve, we had a motion and a second for the report.
We can do the second motion first and then the first motion second.
So I just want to make sure so we're doing it within, okay.
Yes.
Correct.
So all those in favor of the report and presentation in December, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed or abstaining, 5-0, that passes. And then you still have questions with regard to the report?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have anything?
Or just what we're doing with VAPA, period.
Right, okay.
Is it an assumption that we are not hiring a coordinator because we hired a senior director? Or is that the case?
So last board meeting, I mentioned that the idea was to have someone oversee VAPA, because I do agree that we need someone that oversees VAPA. Now, depending on the person, I did mention this is senior director. Now, we're looking at, depending on who it was, whether or not it was the right person. For example, if the person had no VAPA experience, then I wouldn't recommend that person being the person overseeing VAPA. However, in this particular case, because she comes with a lot of experience in that area, then we had a discussion in cabinet, and we felt that could be a good direction. Now, can that change as we move forward? Yes, it's not, but right now that is the recommendation.
That was a big
All right.
switch.
Still got more questions. When did the money get here? I see it's got a resource code already. When did the money get here?
You don't get it.
We don't
It's not here.
Like,
a grant, or you have to write
No,
it
we
first.
do, we do have the funds.
No, the
Have
fund,
the funds.
the funds, I want to know if
Uh,
they're here, and I want to know when they got here.
It's in the 23-24 restricted balance. As to the month that they actually got here, I would have to look back, yeah.
And the guidance, I noticed that it was last updated, like, last month. No, actually, that's a lie, June. The guidance was updated in June. When was the first time we saw any draft or form of guidance on it? Anybody know?
I know, but
You do?
it's April, it was April
Of 23?
of April of 24.
April of 24, okay.
The first guidance of how to use the money was because districts were begging. I was on a committee that kept asking to have the guidelines and the guidance along with legal, and it did not come out until April. I'm
Is
sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So the guidelines for the use of the funds, which districts were clamoring for, did not officially come out until April of this year. And then it was updated again in June. That was one of the biggest pushbacks at the state level, was that we weren't getting guidelines.
So I just wanted to make a quick observation. I'm looking at the Prop 20, the Prop 28. There's like is a database of like everyone that got their money, and I'm seeing that all of our charter schools got their money too. Are we holding that as well, or are they using their money at this point? Because it says, according to this, it's paid out.
I'll have to look into that.
And I just have a question, Trustee Bishop, because I know that it's based on the non-duplicated students and your population, as Mr. Pong said, and so the allocations are set for each site. So I believe Mr. Seligman said that 61,000 for Casillas. So that is in a database and it is accessible. We can see that money is earmarked for Casillas, but I don't know that it means it's paid out to the district or if it's actually paid out to the sites. It's to the district, I think.
Right, the district holds the funds.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm just looking at this, and there's charter schools listed as well.
Are you looking at the California Department of Education website?
I am looking at the monthly payment schedule by LEA, advanced principal apportionment. Hold on one second, real
Okay.
quick.
All
I
right,
am
either
looking
way, not happy, but I will motion to
Payments
approve
breakdown.
this report goes to
I
CDE.
thought we had a motion.
We already did?
Earlier.
We had a motion and a
We had a
second.
All
motion
right.
and a second.
Yeah.
Call the question.
Okay. All those in favor of accepting the report for Prop 28 for submission, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries 5-0. Did we get the original motion? Just because I couldn't remember because we had such a long discussion.
I believe I moved it for discussion, and then it was seconded by Clerk Tamayo.
All right. First and second readings, board policies, administrative regulations, and board bylaws. This is the first reading revision, board bylaw E, parentheses B, section 9270, conflict of interest, and Dr. Reyes.
So this one is an update of the revised positions that we have to report, that have to report the yearly 700 form. So every year we look at positions and we update the list of positions that have to do report in the 700 form. So for example, this time around we have 2 new positions. Before we only had principal, now we have principal 1, principal 2. So we have to add those positions because they need to report the 700. And so we go through all the list of positions and we either add or delete positions to make sure that we are complying with that, with the forms.
I have a question.
There, yeah. Go ahead.
Did you have a question first? So basically, this is all of our newer positions. Have we added the position that we just added for Maria Montgomery? Because that's a new position, is that not? Is that on this list?
It's there. Senior
See it?
Director.
Leadership and learning.
Senior Director.
Curriculum
and
Instruction.
Instruction.
Services Support.
Where is it?
Right here.
Oh, where?
Oh.
Toward the top.
Page 1. Towards the bottom.
Category
104.
2.
Category 2. It's the 2, 4.
Sorry, it's the first
the
senior
fifth.
director, right?
Yeah. The
So if
fifth.
we just added that position, how is that on the list and it's not bolded?
It wasn't.
Because that position was, we had that position before.
Got it.
It
Okay.
existed, the position.
It existed. Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, did you have questions?
Yes, I did. Thank you for bringing this subject up, Dr. Reyes. I know that I've shared with you and Mr. Romero. Thank you for being so patient with me as well when I bring questions up. One of the biggest issues that we have, like I shared before, some parents brought me like packets to have me compare, so I'm glad that you're bringing this up, where Adjournment might describe certain job descriptions or certain requirements and certain experience, and then the job posting might be different. So when I met with, first I met with Mr. Tamayo, Trustee Tamayo, and Dr. Reyes, and then when I came back from my agenda review, thank you very much, Mr. Romero, for being available. Said he was updating these information because it was behind, so I'd like to give you an opportunity to clarify that.
Okay, so just could you comment on the job posting? It's not, doesn't have to do with this, but it's about job postings, how we updated the job postings.
Oh, but it does. It's on here.
Well,
One second.
there are different things.
Oh, gotcha.
These are for the 700, and that's for the job postings
Okay.
that we talked about, and how we're updating the positions, which actually do impact because if we change the requirements, we might change the positions as well. In this case, principal 1, principal 2, and then we updated the requirements.
Great.
Yes, so actually, yeah, it does make.
Thank you. So for some of our positions, you mentioned principal 1, principal 2, for example. So there's multiple sources that are available to indicate what if an employee is qualified. So we work with our labor groups. We worked with Principal 1 and Principal 2 positions with our AACV and negotiations to define the roles and responsibilities, but also the qualifications. There is minimum qualifications set as a standard by the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. And so for those two positions that Dr. Reyes just mentioned, our job descriptions didn't match the requirements under the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. It also didn't match some of the positions that had been filled in Chula Vista. So for those reasons, we changed the job description to match the requirements under CDE and CTC, but also work with our labor groups to make sure that they're agreeable to those. So for example, Principal 1 and Principal 2. We have principals, our job descriptions mentioned that a elementary or single subject credential. That was a long time ago that we changed that. There's actually PPS credentials. There's actually special ed credentials. So we had teachers that had become principals who had these credentials that qualify them under the state to be qualified for a principal, but it didn't match our job descriptions. So we revised our job descriptions to match the requirements for that. We also had, for example, one of the things we did today was change title. So we had LSH, so like our speech therapist. It's now SLPs. And so what we do is use the current language to define those job responsibilities, update them on our salary schedules and in our job descriptions.
Thank you, and I appreciate you bringing it up because it was parents brought it to my attention, and it's our responsibility to be transparent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And so, and to your point, as we update those, we also update this form.
Adjourn.
Yes, and adjourn.
Mm-hmm.
I move to approve.
Second.
That was a tie. Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Report calendar to the Board of Education. This one's odd. It's, this is the point where if you have any requests for reports.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm. I know I mentioned a few earlier, so I won't repeat them. But President Ugarte, a facilities update, especially with that direction going, differently, I'm just wondering if it should be part of our standing agenda item, or at minimum, our director be available, so if we have questions about facilities and the changes that are occurring, like, we're talking about rugs, carpets, whatever, but I'd like to have an update of what the condition, how's that song go? Our condition is in?
Are you asking like as a weekly in our update, or
I think just periodic report of what the condition is out there. My colleagues last month also asked about like the conditions of the playgrounds, repair status. Like Wolf Canyon doesn't have a playground equipment at all for their TKK in the back, and they're way in the back, situations.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, would a report on the facilities needs assessment be better?
So we do have like a facilities audit. It's an assessment basically that was done to look at everything that is needed to modernize all schools, upgrade all schools, from the exterior to the plumbing to the bathrooms to everything, to the fields. And then there's by site, there's price tag, right? Now, we can share that. We can do that. We can share that in a board update, or we can share that in a presentation. However, just be mindful of a couple things. Be mindful that first of all, we don't have the money to complete it. It's depending upon the bond, the measure AA, whether it passes or not. If it does not pass, even if it passes, we would not reach, with the money that we have now and the money with the measure AA, we still wouldn't be able to reach all of it to completion. But if it doesn't pass, then it would be really problematic because it's going to be very limited what we can do to sites. So I just want to make sure that the people understand that we have those limitations. But I'll be happy to share that either in update or on a presentation.
I think just letting us know what's going on as families ask us or make inquiries, or as we do school site
Updates?
tours.
Okay,
Updates,
we can send out an update, and that way you can see, and also you can see the priority.
That's fine,
schools.
thank you.
Now, does that report also have what potential projects would be paid by money from AA if it passes?
Well, so what we can do is we can tell you how much money we have left, and that's already allocated for certain things. For example, right now, part of the bond money that we had before is being allocated, millions is being allocated for HVAC units for all schools. So we can tell you HVAC units being paid out of the bond that we had before, and all this money was going to be used for schools if it passes.
Let me ask it differently then.
Mhm.
Does the report contain ranks of what is
Priority.
priority one,
Yes.
priority two,
Yes.
priority three? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And IT, I think I saw Jacob there. I was just wondering if we had an update on the LineWise software about blurring out some of the audio.
They have not released an update yet for the video or audio portion. It's still just the images.
Okay. We're looking to have some input on that. Thank you. And I'm still waiting, and I'm wondering where that's at, Dr. Reyes, that back in April, May, June, July, August, and now the TNT Consulting.
Mr. Pong.
So I did reach out to TNT, and they were investigating into the situation with the Otay landfill, and they had made some inquiries with the landfill, but we're not getting any responses. And so they backed out of their service, and so I reached out to a CEQA consultant, and they gave me some advice on how to monitor it on our own. And so we'll be purchasing a hydrogen sulfide monitor and going out to the school sites to monitor that. And then if it's within a certain range, it's fine. But if it exceeds that, then we have to we report it to the airport quality authority. And then they said that it just requires multiple
readings.
No, multiple submission or multiple complaints for them to look into it.
I think,
I
and
know
it's
that a lot of people have been already complaining about it. So.
right, and it's not just the landfill. I don't think maybe
The sewage, right?
Yes, the sewage. And just on Monday, was it Scripps Institute went out there, and the toxins in the air is just horrible. And we have schools, and this goes out to the south end.
Yeah, if I may. So myself and President Ugarte attended a press conference with the mayor of IB, Paloma Aguirre, and she had scientists there.
Mhm.
And I think you should all watch it for yourselves, because I'm not necessarily trying to cause a panic from the dais, but my report request is going to be very similar, that we need to inform ourselves and the public about the air quality around our schools, the ones close to 92154, the ones close to the coast. The mayor of IB has gotten calls from parents at Feaster in the morning. It stinks.
It does. It's bad.
President Corona, I don't know how it smells at Silvering, but it probably doesn't smell that great in the morning. I don't know. But the things that the scientists said were
Cyanide.
alarming.
There's cyanide.
There's hydrogen cyanide in the air. That's a gas that's used in war. And they took readings, and it went as high as the meter can go, which is 50 parts per million. So
yeah.
if we can test the air at our schools, because I know that South Bay Union said that they are limiting outdoor activities because of the air quality, we should be thinking if we need to make a measured response as well. So.
And we've been asking, well, I've been asking it since April.
Yeah,
And it's not just if they can smell it. You know, kids and us, you get used to the smell. And that's worse.
Yeah, and just so you know, we are having conversations, the superintendents, myself and the superintendents in the surrounding areas, our neighbor superintendents, we are having conversations regarding this crisis, because it is a crisis, to see how we can have a collective voice.
I would like to, just like Trustee Fernandez is saying, we need to elevate it to an urgent level. I've been asking for 6 months, and I think we can't wait.
So that's what I'm saying. We are having those conversations with the other superintendents. That way, it's not just one district, but it's all of us having a collective voice. Raise it at a.
And it's quite possible that they should be checking the water. You know, that stuff seeps in through
What
the
I was
water.
gonna say, can we start testing the water?
Anyway, just elevate it. And in this, let's say, the cell phone usage already covered. And that was just the reports, and we'll go to the other. Thank you.
So yeah, the one that I was going to ask for was to get the water tested in all of our facilities to check on what's going through our pipes currently. And then the other thing I would like to request, it can be in a Friday update, I would like to see year over year grants that we have gotten in arts comparatively the last 3 years, let's just say, what grants we've gotten as a district in the arts.
In the arts?
Yes, specific to VAPA and just arts grants that we've gotten in the last 3 years, year over year, including this year so far, please.
Trustee Tamayo.
Thank you. All right. So I would like a report on the needs assessment for the support staff at Rogers. I know you're going to work with Cabinet. I would like a report on that. Friday update, please. Also, a report on evaluation on additional support that the Rogers side admin might need. So, when you do your evaluation, if there's anything that we're doing to support the administration, I want to know. Or the board should know. Also, I would like a report on the number of students that the district has agreed or signed off for homeschooling, and how it compares to from this year to the last 2 years. And finally, a report on how many vacancies we have.
And where, right?
Classified and certificated and management. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, and again, we need to do the 2/3. It needs to be 2/3 in order to adjourn, to take a motion to adjourn. So all those who are in favor of Trustee Fernandez's motion, please say aye.
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 And
Aye.
and then a motion to adjourn. So all those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. At 21.